Counselor Baker. Mayor Pro Tem.
Looking real quick. Nope, just the town hall with you all.
I do have, so I went to Dr. Cog last week, and they provided us with a couple of updates. One was by DOLA on Prop 123, and they are still working on developing their programs and how they're gonna work for folks. But since we were one of the early signers to that program, they don't have a ton of programs right now that cater to ownership. And so that's something that we hope through, advocating and working with them on their program offerings, that we can encourage them to provide more funding opportunities. One thing that was kind of interesting is they do have a tenant equity vehicle, which can be tied to either an existing or a new rental project. And that equity vehicle would allow for residents to sign up and actually, as they're paying rent, build some dollars towards a down payment. And so I'd definitely be interested in kind of learning more about how we might be able to apply that either to our existing low-income affordable projects, or just, where else could it be applied. The other thing is that a lot of their programs are applicable to projects that have a minimum of 50% of the units as being affordable, so it's not 100% affordable. So we could have projects that have a range of incomes. And the other thing that I think was more impactful for all of the Dr. Cog members was we had an update from our Area Council on Aging, and they're our Area Agency for Aging, I think, and it was kind of a grim outlook. As we all know, we have demographic switch going over to essentially a 99% increase in our older adult population, and that's from 64 and up. Ages 18 to 64 is only going to increase by 17% over the next 20 years. And then 0 to 18 is going to increase by 2%. So we know this shift is happening, and at the same time, the state's actually going to be reducing their budget by about a third. So they're going to lose about $7 million. They're advocating to not lose that, but that comes with so many really important connections to health and transit and services, keeping people in their homes. And so they said that they are going to have to cut back pretty significantly. And I think that's going to filter through to all of us communities, that we're going to start feeling that.
What was the time period for that change in aging?
I think it's over the next budget cycle for them. It's a
Okay.
$7 million cut. So, and at the same time, the federal government is placing higher, some unfunded mandates onto them as well, that they're going to have to increase some of their offerings. So it wasn't very lovely. There's that, and I think one thing I wanted to bring up with you all is the VIA transit service. So I brought it up that it was very costly to us per ride. It was around $50 a ride, and they did say that that's pretty typical for that service, because it is providing rides for disabled people in wheelchairs, people who can't typically take advantage of a different service like an Uber ride, because they definitely encourage that diversity. But VIA is sometimes the only option for some of our residents, and I think we had about 45 usual users of that, and I just wanted to bring that back up for everybody's consideration of, do we cut VIA, or, because that's something that a lot of communities do provide and work with our AAA on providing, and, it could be significantly impactful to those residents who rely on it and can't find a different service for transportation. I don't know if that would, if staff could look into that a little bit more, that would be helpful, if the rest of council would, appreciate that. But I just.
Councilor Baker?
Did they really talk about what really of the Counselor Emmons said? Because so much of DRCOG is not in RTD, but we are in the fortunate position of being in RTD, and those rides were $2?
We brought that up, a couple of people, and yes, that serves people who can get into a regular car, but for the people who are in wheelchairs or have some sort of equipment with them, like, that's not an option. So, that's definitely an option that people should look into, is the Uber/RTD service, but it doesn't fit for everybody.
What did we know what our really demographic of really users is? And do they fall into the or more of the difficult riders, or have we looked at that yet?
I don't know. I would like to know.
We can follow up with the council. That's not something that I'm aware of, and we're not prepared to respond, but we can certainly research.
I'd be interested to see how RTD's Assessor Ride fits within
How what?
Assessor Ride.
Assessor ride.
It's a similar service.
Yeah.
All their, because we're in their district, so they would serve Westminster.
Those services are, that also came up, because those services are also booked out significantly, and there's more demand than ability to serve. And also, as we move forward with the AAA losing dollars, they're gonna have to cut back on a lot of services too, and
It's just hard because it looked like we were losing riders as well. From when we first started over the year, it looked like there was a decline in riders as well. So,
yeah, I just thought I'd bring it up in, if we have a better understanding of who's using it and who's, I don't know, just we should know the impact. And so that's, and I'm sorry I missed Thursday's meeting. I tried.
Sound like you had your own fun.
I did. Yeah.
Saturday was Westminster High School's homecoming parade. It's always great. I attended the Parks Rec and Library, and I sent that to you because it was too long we'd be here half an hour talking about that. But do we have police here tonight?
Not in the room right
Well,
now.
if
Chief
any-
Robert's around.
If anybody's out there, especially for Highland Hills presented and what they're doing at Carol Butts Park and all of that area, and redefining trees and shrubbery and whatnot, I immediately, living in back of something that had all of that kind of shrubbery and stuff, gave some hints of how you don't have problems when we did start having problems. And I said, do you take your sketches and your designs to the police department, because they're the ones that have to ultimately patrol? And do you let them have eyes on it, because they certainly will have ideas of how to keep everybody safe? And they hadn't thought about that, so I just don't want them being surprised that I suggested they come over to the police department. Their thoughts. And then went to Special Permits and License Board. I'd not been to one, so that was fun. And I shared what happened there. So big Orchard Fest happening up at the Orchard, and they're excited about that. Their Brew Fest. So, and then I have no idea how to spell the restaurant's name, but it's right next to the Great Bakery. We knew that they were going to do their Korean dumplings and stuff there. And so I spelled it phonetically how it sounded when he shared the name. It's probably very wrong. But they're very excited, so I think that's it for me. Anything else any questions for tonight?
Okay, do we have the map for item 9A?
I do. and I believe Ms. Fitch will have multiple copies for everyone, but it is essentially south of the hospital, north of Lowe's, between I-25 and Huron Street. So that's the area that the Orchard Park Place South Metropolitan District covers. And I
So
believe we'll
no
have
one
this-
lives there, so these must be the original.
The owners, I believe that at least
Okay.
one of the board
Very
members
good.
was proposed as an owner, Mr. Cook.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Bruce, can you remind me what you want pulled off tonight? I didn't get it
C,
written
D,
down.
and E.
Are those on consent?
Yeah, really, those are under consent. And then I asked a more general question about sort of the culling process that goes on before we get to the finalists in bids. And I have some concerns that viable bidders are being eliminated in this early phase.
Yeah.
Like, on the one thing, he had a bid of $1.5 million, and he's a contractor who's done other work for us.
Yeah, I think the simple answer is that, you know, we establish what criteria we're looking for. We do request for qualifications, request for proposals, and then evaluate those. But I'll let our city engineer is certainly able to speak to that in some, you know, specific, as it relates to this case. Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Seth Plass. I'm the interim city engineer. And just to clarify, are you asking in general terms or specific to one of the items?
Well, I mean, there are two, the specific things, issues. The one is 8E, where we had 8 interested parties, if I'm remembering correctly. And somehow we kicked them all out?
So what happens is we solicit a request for qualifications. So this allows firms to come in and tell us how they are qualified to do this work. In this case, it's a municipal court. How to tell us your experience, tell us your approach, how you would build this project, and we evaluate them based on their qualifications. And that allows us, in this case, we received nine submittals from firms. We shortlisted 4 as the top qualified. So these are the ones that we feel of a project of this size, complexity, that these will give us the best chance to get the best product out of this municipal court. We then we go back out to these 4 firms and say, give us a proposal on the actual work the scope of work that you would do, the tasks, and then provide a fee. We get those separate, so we're evaluating just their proposals. We'll interview them. We had them do a workshop to get better information on their qualifications. And then from there, we showed that there were 2 firms that separated themselves out. And then we open up the fees, and we look at what the fees are, how many hours they put as far as an effort, whether that's reasonable, and then we use all that information to finally select and present a firm for city council. In this case, the actual firm that we selected, the contract you're seeing is actually the low fee as well. So sometimes it works out like that, but not always. But that's our selection process for the municipal court.
Well, I had some concern that the people who were eliminated in the early phase might have had different and interesting ideas. It's sort of like the old conflict between IBM and Apple when we first started to have computers. And conservative institutions always chose IBM, not because they had better product, but because they had a name they could count on. And I have a concern that, are we doing this here? Like, why were the 5 kicked out? Why were the 5 not selected to become the final bidders?
I don't know specifics. In past solicitations that I've been a part of, it's usually because they cannot present similar past experiences, or when they go to talk about their approach and how they would do it, they may not have put in the due diligence as other firms have to say, to give a comfort level with staff that they can do this work and the approach is in line with what the city is looking for in an architect firm.
Are the ones who do not make the cut, are they informed of like the reasons that they didn't make the cut? Or they're just told, you didn't make the cut, sorry?
Well, so in the past, what we've done is we've said that they have not made the cut. And then if they choose to do so, and they really have an interest in working with the city, they can reach out to staff and we can kind of run through, after the solicitation is over and we're all done with the process, we can talk to them about, where they might have fallen short. So the next time if they propose, they might have a better chance.
I just have a huge concern that this is a process that really rewards people we've done business with before, sort of sets up an insider group, and how does an outsider break in?
We typically don't factor whether or not they've worked with the city, and if we do, in some proposals, it's rated very low.
Counselor Baker, just curious, because you mentioned before, didn't you say that one of these firms that got kicked out had done business with us before?
That was in a different, that's on, which one's on it? It's on 10B. They've done with us before, and they were a much lower bid, but this is on the architecture bid.
And I will say that.
And you didn't even list the people who didn't make it. The only thing we got was AHA, right? Who happens to be the same person who we've been working with 2016, right?
I do not know the answer to that.
Didn't we have AHA give us the original ideas back in 2016 when we first discussed this? Is there anyone here who can answer
Were they,
that?
Yeah.
yeah, they were the original firm.
Richard.
Counselor Baker, if I could add also, it's a two-way relationship with the firms that are interested in the city's business, and an RFQ is an industry standard approach. It allows them to express interest, but the investment to submit an RFP response is quite significant, and the firm has to put a lot of money and resources into that. And so a field of 7 or 8 is a big difference for them to decide to make that investment to put a proposal forward versus a field of 4. And so when they go through the RFQ process to the RFP process, they're usually appreciative that they understand it's a smaller list of those firms that will be competing to the degree that they're going to invest their own company resources, and they'll understand the odds at that point. But to take 7 or 8 through the process is not something that the industry's typically responded positively to submit a proposal.
Thank you. And then how about like in the water project one? Because didn't that have 2 of the bidders in the $600,000 range, and one was in the $500,000 range, and that's the one we have used before. And it was all on the number of hours. Because, I think the winning bid, he had something like 6,000 hours, and the inexpensive ones had, 3,000 and 1,500 hours.
Yes, at that stage, we do use the total amount of hours or the effort they put into their proposal to help evaluate how much due diligence they've put into the project, especially something like this, which is very schedule driven. We need to complete construction on this project to serve the uplands by the end of 2025. We can't afford to be working with a consultant that hasn't put the amount of effort in that you would typically see in a project this size. So a design contract for a project this size around $20 million, about 10%. So to have a consultant put in a fee of about $500,000, it kind of brings up a red flag on whether or not they've really looked at the complexity of what they're doing.
But I would think if someone who's worked with us before and we were pleased with their really response, and he says he can do it faster, cheaper, quicker,
I will say.
deserves serious consideration.
Yeah, I will say this, it is a project-by-project type of evaluation. We've had consultants that we've worked with well, and they've done a good job, and then they just don't put in an effort on one project, and they're rated low because of it. So it really is a project-by-project evaluation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll see you at 7.
Okay, 7 o'clock, Mayor. Thank you.
Hey, Sarah, the rental equity, do you have more information on that? Can you send me whatever you got on that?
Welcome to tonight's meeting, September, is it the 25th? I thought it was the 24th. I'm a day behind. At 2023, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Westminster City Council meeting for September 25th, 2023. We thank you for coming and would like to remind you that all in attendance are subject to the rules of decorum that are posted at the back of the room. These rules are in effect while our meetings are in session, as well as during breaks and transitions between meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind all that there is an expectation that no attendee shall interrupt this meeting and that threats and intimidation are prohibited. Signs and place cards are prohibited in the council chambers, and all attendees shall remain seated in the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Present.
Counselor Emmons.
Present.
Counselor Azadi.
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Counselor Nermella.
Here.
And Counselor Seymour.
Here.
Brings us to consideration of minutes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the September 11th, 2023 meeting as presented.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of September 11th, 2023. Any other changes or anything? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to Councilor Numella presenting the proclamation for Fire Prevention Month.
Thank you. Chief Menard and the rest of the crew, come on down.
A newly appointed and employee changing seats here.
All right, here it is. Okay. All right, so let's start with you. Do you want to introduce yourself and the rest, everybody else can go from there?
Thank you. I'm Jim Gagliano. I'm the fire marshal. Next to me is Emily Peak, the public information specialist. Today is Emily's first day. She just joined the fire department. We wanted to welcome her at this time. Brought her to City Council for the proclamation. Fire Chief Derek Menard and Bob Hose, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about fire prevention, but it's a very important aspect of one of our public services, so.
I can just give a little. Yeah. Sure. The Fire Prevention Week, which is now Fire Prevention Month, designated from NFPA based from the Great Chicago Fire, where 250 lives were lost. It covers October 9th, and it always has that day in it, so it's usually the week of, this year it's October 8th through the 14th, but always has October 9th covered in it. Every year NFPA changes the slogan. This year it's cooking safety starts with you. Pay attention, or fire prevention. See, I knew it was going to pay attention to fire prevention. So that's the slogans for this year.
Awesome. All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to read the proclamation. All right. Whereas in 2022, the City of Westminster Fire Department responded to 16,725 emergency alarms, including 137 building fires, and the city had $652,428 in building and content loss due to structure fires. And whereas in 2022, the City of Westminster had no citizens who died from fire, but had 25 citizens injured from fire. And whereas fire prevention should be a concern to every Westminster citizen, and whereas the City of Westminster Fire Department depends on joint commitment and effort involving all citizens as well as firefighters to promote fire safety, and whereas the Westminster Fire Department has established a public education program that works to educate citizens on the hazards of fire and life safety, and whereas the National 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention, this statement effectively serves to remind us of all the simple actions we can take to stay safe from fire during Fire Prevention Month and year-round. Now therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, Colorado, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Fire Prevention Month in the City of Westminster, and urge all citizens to heed the important safety messages of Fire Prevention Month 2023, and to support the many public safety messages, activities, and efforts of the City of Westminster's Fire Department. Signed this 25th day of September 2023. Thank you.
That brings us to public comment. The public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with City Council. Each participant will be given no more than 5 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be back and forth in discussion. If there is a public hearing scheduled for an item on which you wish to speak, please hold your comments and testify when that public hearing is called. Tonight, there is a public hearing on the approval of the first amended preliminary development plan and an official development plan for Semper Gardens. This evening, the city clerk has informed me that we have 2 emails and no voicemails, and how many people have signed up?
We have 7 signed up.
Perfect. We do have the clock working again, so your green, yellow, and red. So when it turns red, I will interrupt and let you know your time is up. So let's have the first person.
The first person is James Thomas.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Is this, can you hear me okay?
The podium does
Okay.
move up.
Yeah, my name is James Thomas. Thank you for hearing me tonight, Nancy and the rest of the council members. I am here because of a situation that developed about a month and a half in our cul-de-sac. We've lived there with our neighbors for close to 40 years now, and we've had neighbors come in and out and go. And I came driving up one day, and my neighbor's 3 boys, who are working really hard but still living at home, kind of a failure to launch kind of thing, they're working on it, had all received parking tickets for parking diagonally in our cul-de-sac, which we've been doing forever. There was no warning given, and it was a fine, and fortunately they did call and get some of the fines reduced or canceled, but it was a shock to us. It's just, I'm retired now, and so I'm on a fixed income as well, and so anything like that's going to have an impact. And when I asked the code enforcement people, they said, well, it's changed, and now everybody's supposed to be parking tires to the curb side to side. And I was like, well, that makes no sense, because if I do that with 2 cars, that means there's 2 cars that won't be able to park in our cul-de-sac. And it makes it really tough. We have friends and relatives come down, and now it's kind of like I kind of hate to have them park out there, because I don't want them to be driving away with a parking ticket and have a cost come in to visit with us and things. So I don't know what I've heard that, well, you have to have room for the fire department trucks to come in. And I have a Dodge Ram, and I pull a 32-foot pontoon boat with, it's about a 45-foot trailer, and I've come in and out of that cul-de-sac numerous times and maneuvered it around and got back out of there without too many problems. So I know it's not a fire truck, but I think it probably about the same maneuverability. And so I don't know if there's something in a statute that can be looked at or modified to say what's reasonable to allow for the safety of the citizens. Fire Prevention Month, I saw that. Everybody's concerned about that, but at the same time, we don't want to, we got to have room to park. And so I thought I'd come here tonight and raise the issue. I did have a meeting with the code enforcement person. I found him in our cul-de-sac one day going through, and I asked him some questions, and he said, yeah, you need to go talk to council about it and see what they can do. And he said, I'm primarily here to look for expired plates and things of that nature, but if I see stuff like that, I am gonna have to take action on it. And I was like, well, you got suggestions? And he looked at the cul-de-sac, and he understood too, but he felt like his hands were tied. Nothing he could do to change what he's supposed to enforce. So hopefully, and I wish I knew what the total process was for doing some sort of code enforcement update or change like that, but seems to me we could add some flexibility to say if a fire truck could enter safely and the vehicles can be parked in whatever manner, then we should be able to put some verbiage around that to where our police aren't put in a situation of why are they complaining to me and I can't really do much about it. And we're not put in a situation of we want to follow the law, but we also need places to park. So that's my comment. I still got another minute. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for listening. And if there's, I left my information, if there's some process that we need to go through, let me know. You can contact me by email. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, and thanks for coming.
The next speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Karen Calavity, 9940 Westcliff Parkway. As usual, when I do show up, it's because I'm sorry, I'm so disgusted with things. And it's almost worthless to talk about it because there seems to be spiteful action rather than proactive action about some of this stuff. But, you know, Bruce brings up the contracts about the municipal building, and I'm doubting that municipal building plan has any sustainability aspects to it included. There's a new law going to be enforced this year about buildings that are over 50,000 square feet, which I'm guessing the municipal building will be, that it has to meet energy efficiency requirements, sustainability requirements. I wonder if any of that was put in to place for the bids or the specs on this building. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. And then I see on this agenda, public hearing and approval. First reading of Councilor's Bill, supplemental appropriation to the 2023 adopted budget of the utility fund, authorization of a design contract with HDR Engineering for the Lowell Water Main and Sunset Open Space Sewer Project. Those are off-site improvements that Uplands is supposed to be paying for, not the city of Westminster, for a project that nobody wants in the first place except for the city council and the Varde Development Group and all these outside consultants that are benefiting from it. The Westminster people are not benefiting from the Uplands development. That is market rate housing at $500,000 to $1 million per unit, and the affordable housing is across the street, across on the east side of Federal, and it's, you know, a parking lot with Section 8 rental housing on it. I mean, and then furthermore, there's going to be a groundbreaking for Uplands this coming Wednesday, invite only. I'm sure they don't want people like me showing up because I'd be yelling at Polis for attending such an event, and I'm disgusted with City Council for sponsoring such an event. Those people don't even have sign-off from CDOT. They don't have sign-off from FEMA. They don't have construction drawings done, and yet we're going to have a groundbreaking for Uplands with a big to-do with Polis. I mean, I worked for Polis to get him elected as governor the first time. Then I realized what a liar that guy is. And, you know, he he's all for fracking, and he thinks he's going to be president if he allows enough frackers and oil and gas people to get him into office, as well as housing developers. By the way, Polis has an interest in real estate. That's part of his personal fortune. I mean, this isn't about housing for people. This is about corporate greed. Anyway, I would invite people to show up to that groundbreaking on Wednesday, 3 to 6, and tell Polis and everybody else that the Uplands is a piece of crap and it should never have been approved.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sandra Meyer.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for hearing my comments today. I come asking for your support and help for the Tanglewood development at 128th and Huron. We have 210 homes. The development was completed at the end of 2022, so we are complete. Not everything has been signed off yet by the city because Century, our builder, still has many things to complete. The thing that I'm here to ask you to help with is streetlights. My husband and I live on a brand new street in a brand new home that we dearly love, but we have no streetlights. When we moved in January of 2022, we had lights. They started construction across the street on the other side. The lights went out in April of 2022. We have not had any street lights on our street for 17 months now. We have gone to your building department. We've talked to Ricky Martinez. I have emails from Ricky in this packet to leave with you. And we have talked to Century. I have copies of email to the president of the Colorado Century, the customer relations new hire that they brought in to help with some of these issues, Scott Sorkness, and still nothing, no lights. My husband and I put it on our Facebook page. We have a private Tanglewood Facebook page for our residents, and I started getting lots of emails from people that wanted me to speak up for them too, and I didn't realize how many streets were dark. We only have 9 streets in Tanglewood, and of those 9 streets, our street, 128th Drive, is dark. Delaware Court is dark. Fox Court is dark. Delaware Street, 4 lights are out. Galapagos, 1 street light is out, and 130th, 2 street lights are out. We have 3 streets out of 9 that have all of their street lights on. This is totally unacceptable for safety. We have had thefts. One neighbor sent me an email saying, I've had my pickup broken into twice in the past 2 weeks because it's dark. I had another gentleman that my husband and I walk every morning, the whole neighborhood, and another young man stopped me and said he had his catalytic converter stolen off of his pickup. We've had tagging on the side of one of the people's garages take place. And we have many walkers in our community, not just my husband and I, many walkers. We have people with strollers, people with dogs, and most importantly, because I'm a former school administrator, we have lots of children walking to school. And as it gets darker, seasonally, we need those street lights on for the safety of our community. We really would like some help from the City Council. I know similar problems have been going on in Erie, not with street lights, but with other things. And this is something that I feel that the city needs to push Century to get done. It is a Century thing that has to be done before the streets and the sidewalks. We've got white paint all over our sidewalks that are cracked and broken that Century has to come in and replace because the city has told them they have to do this before the bond money gets transferred back, or however that all works. But anyway, Century needs to be pushed to get some of this stuff completed. It is terrible to live in such a nice community and have these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have copies of my notes from tonight and also some of the emails that we have sent out.
Okay, you can give them to City Clerk Fitch.
The next speaker is Chris Stimson.
Welcome.
Welcome, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councillors, city manager and staff, Chris Stimson, living in the Cotton Creek area. Good. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others. Thank you, Sir Winston. Of course, democracy is not perfect, and its imperfections show up in many ways. Looking at the ancient Greeks, those progenitors of democracy, we see they limited voting rights for much of their democratic experiment to men, of course, sorry, who had completed their adolescent ephebes, military and civic training, the concept being that voters would have some level of understanding of economics and governance, some degree of respect for field expertise and the rule of law, and some knowledge of candidates and incumbents. That all sounds very sensible. But if those characteristics of voters are absent today and largely replaced by wholesale credulity, it equally largely makes it all too easy for a politician to garner votes by telling the voters what they want to hear. Examples of this are easy to find. Jimmy Carter's sensible words of caution in uncertain economic times, supplanted by Ronald Reagan's "It's morning in America." Donald Trump's insouciant declaration that as president he would introduce a healthcare plan infinitely superior to any other, and as many of us guessed at the time, completely fictional. And closer to home, the promises made by some 2021 candidates for Westminster City Council that, when elected, they would slash water and sewer rates, regardless of the mounting water stress conditions, the chief hallmark of climate change in Colorado. Nonetheless, making this unwise promise to voters brought candidates Baker, Emmons, McNally, and Seymour to those seats you now occupy. And you did indeed reduce those water rates while, also unwisely, cutting the planned capacity of the replacement water treatment plant. Apparently, this is what voters wanted. And now, 2 years later, we find how little we are surprised by developments. In order to maintain water and sewer infrastructure and to finance the much-needed water treatment plant, the 2024 budget calls for rates to be increased by 4.5%, which could very well be an annual increase for the next 10 years. For the city councillors I just named, this is not so much a surprise as a nasty shock, since it lays bare your strategy of having gained your seats by promising voters something you knew would be impossible to sustain. The best you've been able to do is to plead for the increase to be halved with no grasp whatsoever of where the savings would come from. You did this to yourselves, mayor and councillors. You put yourselves and the city which supposedly you serve into this intractable situation by what you did and said 2 years ago. Congratulations. Oh, I should add that Mayor Pro Tem de Mott knows what he would cut in order to preserve the councillor's image. It's the city's support of vital non-profit endeavours such as Ralston House, Food Bank of the Rockies, Kids First Healthcare, and many others, concisely described by the Mayor Pro Tem at last week's budget review meeting with a 4-letter slang word describing the result of defecation. I hope he doesn't feel this word must also be what we want to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Brianne Gonzalez.
Welcome.
Hi. So I am here to represent Revolution ABA Learning Center and the potential of a win for the community, a win for the city, as well as the win for children with special needs. And we have been providing ABA therapy to children with special needs for the last 8 years around the city. And what we've come to learn is that one of the major problems that we have here is access to high quality care for our children. And we are looking to potentially reuse Sheridan Green Elementary and keep it as an educational institution for us to provide that therapy and education service to those families. So right now, actually last week on Wednesday, Medicaid actually decided against raising the rates across the state for ABA therapy, which has dropped about 5,000 students around just this area, and also closed down a lot of companies that were providing those services. And so Revolution ABA Learning Center is designed to provide a sustainable way to get those families the help that they need by providing childcare, educational supports, and ABA therapy and all the therapies that they need in one place. And so the challenge that we have had is finding a location for us to do that. And when we came across Sheridan Green Elementary, we thought this might be a great way for us to be able to utilize that space and give back to the community and to provide this necessary service. And to do that, what we would be looking for is the possibility of having a 5-year lease option for the building, as well as providing all the repairs that we know you guys need on the building to bring it up to code, and then utilizing that space to serve up to 200-300 kids all around this area. So I hope that that might be something that you can consider having further conversation about, because I know that that's something you guys are deciding on right now. And thank you so much for your time and listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Palmer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Lots to talk about this evening. First off, let's talk about the signage that went up today for the closure of Shaw Boulevard. It's crap. Okay, the placement of those signs, I don't know if that was the city or if that was Uplands, but it's crap. The sign on 84th, you don't know if 84th is going to be closed. It doesn't specify Shaw. It's 30 to 40 yards east of that intersection when you're headed west on 84th. The sign down at the bottom of the hill on Lowell, it's only visible southbound on Lowell. Again, doesn't say anything about Shaw Boulevard. One would think, looking at that sign, that Lowell Boulevard is going to be closed on October 2nd. Again, crap. Again, if it was Uplands, city needs to do a better job of babysitting them. Okay, next. Town Hall the other night. Piss poor showing by the community. You want to know the reason? When you only get a partial of the council there were 3 of you that chose that it wasn't important to come hear the people talk. How do you expect the people to want to come if you're not going to show up? The 3 of you know who you are. Do I need to point you out? Councilor Zadi, Sarah Numella, Rich Seymour. Bad move. Councilor's Bill under B, 10B, Councilor's Bill 41. Karen Clavely spoke about it. Is Uplands paying their portion? If not, or if so, when are they putting in their portion to this project? Councilor's Bill 10D, number 44, the new parking ordinances. Specifically, 10-112B10, parking between the sidewalk and the curb in the open area. We've had a problem with this down on Lowell in the 7500 block, the 7600 block. It's been brought to, I've screamed it for months, talked to the chief, I've talked to code, specifically the address 7516. If you're gonna pass this, then we need to enforce it. You're gonna enforce this gentleman's property where they're getting ticketed for parking sideways, but yet you run away from the people at 7516 because they're crying religious freedom. It has nothing to do with religious freedom parking on a public access easement. So let's buck up and take care of that. Next, let's talk about the political signs, the political campaign signs that you're seeing around the city. Why is it it's pick and choose which councilors or which candidates are allowed to get signs and which candidates aren't? I know particularly of one that has had several turned down for this simple reason, and these are the oversized banners, that it's in a residential area. Furthermore, how many of these signs that I'm seeing out there are not permitted? Keeping in mind, I've already checked, numerous are not permitted. They don't have the sticker as required by city code. When you get your permit, you're supposed to get a sticker that goes on the sign. I don't see that. Councilor Seymour, Jeff Jones, Paul Page, all 3 of you are in violation. Specifically, you want addresses, Rich? 72nd Bradburn, that's a residential area. Signs are not permitted in residential areas. Even though it's oversized, look at the ordinance, they're not permitted in residential areas, yet you chose to have yours there. You've chosen to have them over on Sheridan in a residential area. We need better control over this. We need better oversight, because what's happening isn't cutting it. And again, I've talked with Mr. Osselberger about this as little as last week. It needs to be level across the board for all the candidates. Like I say, candidates getting turned down because they want to have a sign, but yet it's in a residential area, but yet it's permitted for some, but not for all. It's not a level playing field. How can that be, or why is that? We need a little better oversight there, I would believe. I guess for right now, that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Shane Waldron.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. As she said, my name is Shane Waldron. I'm the lead pastor of Rocky Mountain Presbyterian Church, or RMPC. I'm here to express our interest in purchasing the building and grounds of Sheridan Green School to be our new church home. When RMPC bought our current building in Bradburn Village, our vision was to be the community church of Bradburn. The developer had actually designated a plot of land that we bought for a church to serve the community. Over the years, we have done just that. We've hosted social events for the community in the park at Bradburn, including picnics, concerts, and an ice cream social. At Thanksgiving, we've organized food drives for the Denver Rescue Mission and encouraged the residents of Bradburn to bring their food to our church. Members of our congregation go Christmas caroling around Bradburn at Christmas time. And for years, we hosted an after-school program in our building. Unfortunately, it went under during the pandemic, but that is something that we would very much like to do again. We've loved being the community church of Bradburn Village, but we have outgrown our building, and we're now looking for a new home. If we were to purchase Sheridan Green, we would bring this same community-oriented vision to that neighborhood. We'd love to host social events in the buildings and grounds. At Easter, we could have Easter egg hunt on the grounds, Halloween and other holidays. We'd love to host events. We would also have a great interest in hosting an after-school program or a daycare that would meet in our building 5 days a week. We would view ourselves as stewards or caretakers of this building, and we would want to utilize it for the good of the community. We've already been doing that for years in Bradburn. We have a great track record, and now we would like to continue in a new neighborhood in Sheridan Green. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker I had signed up.
Thank you. Is there anyone that didn't sign up for public comment?
I talked with the officer outside, and he took my information. So I thought I was on the list. Okay?
Welcome.
Okay. What I'm here to speak about is the projection of spending 86.
We need your name.
Okay. This is Mary Thunberg. And anyway, the $86,000 you want to spend on drones to surveil us. And it may be presented as a way to keep us safe, but all that data could be sold to who knows who, including our, people who can use that against us. So if we don't have borders, meaning we're getting up to 10,000 illegals a day, many are military age, Communist Party, from China, the Chinese Communist country. So we know there are at least 36 Muslim military bases in America. One is right outside of, in New York, Hancock, New York. So there are so many things going on that do not protect us. I don't want, and I think a lot of other people are very concerned about having this spying mechanism in the sky. So I think Hitler would be very proud of whoever passes this law. We have the report at Open VAERS. VAERS is the vaccine injury reports from the vaccines that have come since about 1987. And so there's a website that consolidates this information at openvaers.com. So we were supposed to have trusted our officials in office to allow, now the report is 36,231 reported deaths, and that is a fraction of the deaths actually from the COVID vaccines, okay? Well, they call them vaccines, but they're really manipulation of your gene system, genetic system, to create spike disease in your system to try to fight. And there have been a total of approximately 1.6 million adverse events reported, and about at least 210,000 hospitalizations just from those vaccines. So we're saying basically that what I'm saying is that we are not being the research isn't being done. I don't know if you can tell us who's going to have access to these spy planes in the sky called drones. But you're going to live under this too. And I don't think it's okay to just go ahead and vote yes on something that maybe the police want, and we can understand with this many illegals coming into our country. There are up to 11 million and maybe more because that shouldn't even be here. We have 1.5 million that are allowed here legally every year, partly from the efforts of Ted Kennedy. So anyway, we already don't have enough jobs. The housing defaults, the foreclosures are up like 150% just month over month. And it's been going and it's been going. We're having AI replace our jobs, and you want to put a spy plane in the sky on us, okay? There are other ways to protect us, to create us safe. And the number one thing is, and Polis spoke from the U.S. House of Representatives, you can see this on YouTube, screaming for the rights of illegals. So this spy plane stuff has got to go. And you haven't told us near enough about who's going to have access to this and what the future plans and the costs to run this thing, because it's got to be in the millions. So I urge you vote no. People will remember this, and you really need to honor your oath. This is a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights.
Thank you. I saw one other hand. Come on down. Just a reminder, what time is the sign up? It's until 7 o'clock. Just a reminder for future. Welcome.
Thank you. Tom Jurgens, Westminster resident, Sheridan Green resident. I talked to a lot of my neighbors in Sheridan Green. I've been at the meetings, and I spoke, and our community has expressed its opinion in terms of what should be done with the Sheridan Green Elementary School. It is outlined in the good report that the city staff has put together, and the results of that report are that a community center or park expansion overwhelmingly is what the residents and the people that went to those meetings want. They do not want an exclusive religious use, and I hope that this council respects our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I was late. I apologize. My name's Tom Lampo, and I'm just here to invite God to the city of Westminster in this meeting. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, you are in control of everything, and you are bound by your word. Please be here with us. In Job 12:13 through 14, it states, "Wisdom and strength belong to God. Counsel and understanding are his. Whatever he tears down cannot be rebuilt. Whoever he imprisons cannot be released. There is nothing man can do against you. There is nothing our adversary can do against you. You will always have the final word. You are already the victory, or you already have the victory of the spiritual battle that wages on. I lift up to you all the people of Westminster. We are a battered people. We are enslaved by a crooked system that was never meant to benefit us. We have no idea what real freedom is. The cards are stacked against us, and justice is not possible. Help us find comfort and rest in your word. It states in Psalms 136 that the Lord executes righteousness and justice, not for me only, but all who are oppressed. We all need your righteousness. But even though we are oppressed, beaten down, blinded to real truth, you have us here for this time, just as Queen Esther was in her time. Esther 4:14 states, "For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance of the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this." You placed Queen Esther where she was so she could have influence, just as you have placed us here for this time. And as the people of Persia saw your mighty power, we also will see your mighty power. Truth and your righteous judgment are on the horizon and not far away. True to your character, you are a patient God, wanting everyone to know the truth and come together. Bless us with unity and let your favor be upon us. It is written in Psalm 133:1 and 3b, "How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity, for there the Lord bestows his blessings, even life forevermore." In your precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you and have a nice night.
Thank you. Thank you. City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, ladies and gentlemen in attendance, anybody that might be watching online this evening. So some updates, next slide. So first of all, for the community, great news story. The U.S. Forest Service has awarded the city a $230,000 urban and community forestry grant to expand the city's urban forestry equitably through tree planting, aftercare, and education. So that's good news for the community. There will be 500 trees that will be planted and maintained in 13 areas of the city that have low canopy cover currently and a high presence of disproportionately impacted residents. And so certainly good news for the community. Next thing, municipal court project secures financing with cost savings. And so this is a good news story, again, for the community. The municipal court project continues to move forward, but for the certificates of participation, when we had approached the council to pursue those, we had projected a 5.25% interest rate on those certificates, and we were very, very pleased to see here in the last about 10 days that those COPs came in at an interest rate of 4.329%. So that's a great win for our community, because what that means is that it will reduce our annual debt service on that municipal court and save residents about $268,000 per year. So good news for the community, and you know, it will allow that municipal court project to continue on its current schedule. Next slide, please. Some Westy wins. Congratulations to Andrea Song. She is our utilities operation manager, and she's been elected as the National American Waterworks Association director to serve a 3-year term coming and starting on June of 24 and running through June of 27. And that just speaks to the amazing talent that we have in our city workforce. And so congratulations to Andrea. Next, communications team wins 3 national awards. So the team was honored with 3 city, county communications and marketing associations 2023 Savvy Awards for outstanding local government achievements in communications, public sector marketing, and resident government relations. So they took 2nd place, the Silver Circle Award in external publications for the Westy Connection magazine. Also a Silver Circle Award, 2nd place in photography, and an Award of Excellence, 3rd place in digital interactive electronic newsletters for the Westy. And so just again, want to highlight the great work that our city team does and the talent that resides within the workforce. Lastly, saluting branches. So our Westminster forestry team participated in what's called the Saluting Branches Day of Service event at Fort Logan National Cemetery. There were 250 arborists from across the Denver metro area that volunteered their skills in honor of veterans and their family members that are interred at the cemetery. Saluting Branches, if you're not aware of it, is a national event, and participation at Fort Logan has made this the largest event in the United States this year. And so great accolades to our forestry team and what they do in support of our veterans here in the local area. Next slide, please. Good news for the community. We completed a national search for our IT director. That's the Information Technology Department Director position. And I'm very, very pleased to announce that we've selected David Guo to be our next director. We conducted an exhaustive national search. We had over 100 qualified applications. We went through a multi-step process, and pleased to have David selected and accepted the position, and joining us on November 6th. He'll begin his duties as our IT director. He's currently the IT director in the city of Brighton, where he was focused on large capital projects like fiber construction, enterprise architecture, design, and also cybersecurity, things that are certainly important for the city of Westminster. He's previously worked not only in the private sector, but also for the state. As I said, he'll begin to work for us on November 6th, so we look forward to his arrival. Next slide. Some things to know: Westminster Arts Week, currently ongoing today, or correction, September 23rd through the 30th, so Saturday through Saturday, various locations throughout the city. There is a full schedule at our city website, special events. Encourage you to check that out. I'm heading to a statue tour on Thursday evening, so looking forward to that. Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, September 26th, 7 to 9 p.m. right here in Council Chambers. The Environmental Advisory Board meeting Wednesday, 6:30 to 8 p.m. here in City Hall, but upstairs in the CMO conference room. Bishop Square Park Community Barbecue and Meeting, that's Thursday, September 28th, 5 to 7 p.m. in Bishop Square Park. We've got Concert on the Plaza and Neighborhood Nights going on in our downtown, Friday, September 29th, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. in the Plaza. And then our next meeting here with the council is the City Council Study Session, 6:30, Monday, October 2nd, right here in Chambers. Next slide, please. No information only items this evening, and as always, encourage folks to reach out and talk to us, contact us. We want to be accessible. We certainly want to be responsive. We want to be transparent. And we want to be accountable. If you want to give my office a call, you can certainly call my number, 303-658-2006. You can email me directly at mfreitag@westminsterco.gov, and encourage you to follow us on X, like us on Facebook, check us out on Instagram, or ring our bell on Nextdoor. Any questions? That's all I have this evening.
Any questions? Councilor Baker?
Yeah, could we get an update about the the street lights in really Tanglewood? Whose really responsibility is that? Is it the developers? And since April of 22, that's a long time to be dark.
Yeah, let me see if any of my community development folks might be able to speak to that, and if not, we'll have to do a follow-up. Mr. Klein, can you speak to that?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City Manager. Heath Klein, Acting Assistant City Engineer, Civil. So that question, it's a good question. The developer has not completed everything that they needed to do for the city to take ownership and to be responsible for the repairs of the streetlights. So it is still on the developer, and we are currently continuing to work with them to get the improvements to the concrete curb, gutter, sidewalk, asphalt, as well as the streetlights out in this community. It is unfortunate that it's been an uphill battle, but we continue to make progress and push them forward.
Did they give us any dates?
They are actively working on it. They don't have a completion date, but right now they are anticipating that they will be out doing all these repairs in the month of October. So I apologize, I don't have anything more firm, and based on the responsiveness in the past, we're really pushing them to get this to be done. But
do we have any consequences for them?
Yes, as somebody had mentioned, we have actually given them the ultimatum that if they don't complete this in the 90 days that we had given them, that we can start to push for the warranty and surety bonds that was guaranteeing that they would get that work done. That is another process for the city to go through. We have to gain access to that funds, and then essentially, if they don't do it, we have to take it on as a new project. But that is our the reason why we have surety bonds.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I actually have a question about one of the other comments since we're asking questions about.
Did you have something about this? Anybody else have a question about this?
Yeah, it was just a follow-up on the bonds and making sure that we do actually, follow through on the ultimatum that we've given them, because since I don't know when we gave them that ultimatum, but 17 months of dark streets is, I know it's great that they're going to go fix the concrete theoretically in the month of October, but the streetlights.
Yeah, the streetlights has been, because it does come to the transportation group. The resident mentioned Ricky Martinez by name. So we have been taking those comments and trying to get our contractor, or not the city's contractor, but the developer to address this. So that was included in that 90-day letter. So they should be addressing the streetlights as well.
Sorry, when did we give them that letter? What's the 90-day clause?
I'd have to check, but it was in the month of July. So that's why they're bumping up. October is going to be the magic moment to see if they do it.
Councilor Azadi?
Thank think Councilman Miller asked the timing questions. Please let us know. Can we get a solid report back to us on what happens next month?
Absolutely, we'll add it to the list.
Councilor Baker, did you have something else?
Yeah, I did have, how much is the bond? Because sometimes really developers walk away from their bond if they're minimal.
Right. It is I'm sure it's in the millions because it's over several different phases. So that's also the difficulty with this is that it was, we collected it at different phases while they constructed during the first phase and then second and third. But we have not released all of the surety bond and still have millions to draw from if we needed to.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I actually wanted to ask about the parking situation and see if we couldn't get an update. This isn't the first I've heard of the issues around cul-de-sacs, especially in my community with the countryside having an abundance of cul-de-sacs, and often I've seen that kind of situation where it's easier for folks to park because of the cul-de-sac, and that's been usually acceptable. And the other circumstance that I've heard quite a bit about is, say, somebody has like a work truck, and so their personal vehicles are the ones in the driveway, so they're parking behind the driveway and they're getting ticketed even though it's their own driveway. So I think it's a good moment in time for us to maybe get an update after we've kind of made some adjustments with parking to see if maybe we need to make some additional tweaks. And so I would request that we spend some time on it.
Absolutely, we can spend some time and get an answer back to the council here shortly.
Councilor Namella?
I just had some follow-up items as well with the community input. So parking was one of them. I just want to make sure the residents know I would have gone to the community meeting last week, but I had a work conflict. So for me, work does take precedence sometimes. I gotta show up to that as well. I was wondering two things. One on political signs. Do we need permits for those? To put them in residences?
Code can speak to this better than I can.
Mr. Otzelberger, can you come forward and address election signs?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Eric Otzelberger, Operations Manager, Community Development. The answer is yes, if it's over 6 square feet.
Okay.
So Council may recall a couple years ago, the city updated its sign code to be compliant with the Reed versus Gilbert case from the Supreme Court that was primarily around content neutrality. So the rules for temporary signs, for political signs, are the same for others. So there are allowances for that up to 5 smaller signs, but for banner signs, there are restrictions. Our planning division is working hard to permit those, but in residential areas, there's certain temporary signs that aren't allowed because of their size. So we're working through a few bumps right now, but the bottom line is anything over 6 square feet needs to be permitted.
No wonder, because I don't think I ever made a sign that large. I've seen some that are in the public right of way. Do we enforce that?
We do. The right of way is a bright line. Once again, content neutrality, and this is for visibility, safety reasons. Signage isn't allowed in the right of ways. So typically what we'll do is we'll work with the campaigns. Oftentimes there is adjacent private property. Sometimes it's just confusion of where it is, and we will move the signs to more of a setback. So it's technically on private property. And oftentimes those are the smaller signs that are allowed without permit.
Okay, thank you. That was my sign question. I had one more question regarding the drones.
One second.
Oh.
I think Mayor Pro Tem had one on signs.
Yeah, sorry.
I do. Was here when we made that change, and I really feel like something's gone sideways because the intent at the time was, like you said, is to deal with content neutral rulings. And so can you tell us what the 6 square foot is? Because when I asked this recently, I was shocked to hear what that actually means. You might think that what the rule says allows a pretty big sign. And my frustration before you answer that is, we went through this, there was some common sized banners that were typically used. And at the time, council's desire was to use that kind of as a gold standard and say, this is to us at the time. And council now, we would have to weigh in on this, and I do think we need to revisit it. But at the time, it was, this is First Amendment, this is campaigns, this is people's representation, and I agree with the speaker, that shouldn't be policed by the government. Individual property owners, sure, they should be able to decide whoever the heck they want on their property, because it's election time. They should be able to decide that. So I feel like what was put in place maybe wasn't exactly what council thought it was going to be, because at the time, and there was a couple of us that were here, if my colleagues can correct me, but it wasn't to force people to pay to put up political signs. So,
and Mayor Pro Tem, I empathize and appreciate where you're coming from, and I would recommend something for council to consider, to come back to revisit that, to look at some potential amendments, because from a staff perspective, I always had a concern that, to paraphrase, the most protected of speeches, political speech, was going, trying to have a one-size-fits-all with this content neutrality was going to be difficult. The big pressure point we're seeing, and this is for my colleagues in planning and for code enforcement, I was working with one of my senior officers today on trying to come up with some ideas to simplify this permitting process, in the spirit of promoting our rights and not, while we have to maintain content neutrality, I think we do have some operational latitude. And let's just be frank, our permitting system is geared around architects and engineers and contractors and professionals. It's going through that same system, which if you're not accustomed to it, it can be a little bit clunky. So I think operationally and perhaps from a code perspective, there might be fruit in revisiting that if that's something that council thought was
I certainly
advantageous.
would advocate for it, but could you also tell us, like, what does that size mean? Because before, like in 21, I've been known to have a lot of big banners, and so like I'd say the biggest one was a 4x6, and now my understanding is that would have to be permitted, and we didn't have to do that prior.
Correct.
And so can you, like, when I hear 6 square foot, and I'm no math guy, I don't do a lot of measuring what I do for a living, so maybe you can tell us what that is in terms of an actual sign.
Just 2x3.
So that's
So
not
it's pretty restrictive.
Yeah, and so that was surprising to me that it was basically a yard sign, and so I would ask that council think about us revisiting that at some point. Maybe in the middle of an election's not the time to revisit it, but it's certainly, I think, we want people to be able to put signs up, in my opinion, that supports whatever candidate they want to support on their property.
I would just add that the last 2 campaigns, 21 and 22 for state legislature and 21 for the local races, we did not pay. We argued and we did not pay. So now this year, it's like, what the heck? So yeah, we do need to revisit it. Councilor Azadi?
Yeah, just want to second that. I'd be in support of relooking at that. Can you define content neutrality for everyone? What do you mean by that?
Basically, we're regulating size and placement. Content, the short of it, Councilor Azadi, there are no separate rules, and we're not legally allowed to have separate rules for political signs versus, let's say, grand opening for a business or things of that nature. So everything in the existing sign code is neutral to the content. It's all around dimensions, number of allowances, setbacks, things of that nature.
So does council then do we have the full flexibility to amend this however we want?
I would look to the attorneys, and I think when we got to that point, could get into that. But I would just suggest one policy area City Council might want to consider. We're seeing a lot of challenge right now in what's allowed and what isn't allowed in residentially zoned districts. So you can understand in residentially zoned districts, there aren't as many allowances as in commercial districts where you may have businesses that want to advertise events, special events, things of that nature. I think, from a layperson standpoint, you wouldn't want a bunch of banners all over a residential neighborhood, but that runs into friction with political process. So as long as we're maintaining content neutrality, and we're staying out of site triangles and things of that nature, want to keep our engineering friends happy, I think there would be some latitude to explore.
Yeah, I actually think that government should step out completely regarding this. I think First Amendment, people should be able to do what they want for representation and getting their message out. So I'd be in support of looking at this.
Councilor Mello,
I
I
have
know.
other questions, but I can.
Okay, and I know Councilor Mello, we cut her off. So anybody else on signs?
Well, just on signs, I
Okay.
mean, I'm supportive of free speech, but I'm also supportive of just visual, or not supportive of visual clutter. So, I still feel like it's important to regulate signs, and that's me as the planning person. Okay, so any other questions on signs before I go?
Councilor Baker?
Really, how many candidates have actually applied for permits?
Last week, had one of my staff members run a report, and between school board races, city council races, there were 6 candidates. As of last week, I'd have to get a current report and see where we're at. I know since last week and this time, we have more active permits that are under review. So we're, and from a code enforcement perspective, if there's a path to compliance and from a due process standpoint, so if there's an unpermitted sign, but it could be permitted, we're working to make that permitting happen.
Okay, finish question. Sorry to interrupt you.
Mayor Pro Tem just reminded me that I think the item that I had a question for was actually pulled off of consent, so I can ask it then.
Okay. Councilor Zadi?
Question on the 500 trees that's going to be planted. Can we get a map of where those will be?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else that would like to see, since we've got 3 people that would like to see signs revisited after election? Do we have others? Yes. Okay, city manager, put on our calendar somewhere after election, signs. Okay, who else had any other questions? All right, that brings us to city council comments. I'd just like to share that, we have shared as a council, and Mayor Pro Tem sits on the roundtable for the Jeffco Airport. And while we don't have control, those at the national level do. And we have all been talking with Congressman Nagoose and Congresswoman Pedersen, and they, about a week and a half ago, went to the FAA and gave them a letter of what they'd like to see. Well, they rewrote and are emphasizing even more today that they're hearing from their constituents, and the noise level isn't running from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's more like 5 a.m. and into the wee hours of the night. So they're putting the hammers on the people that can make the rules, and I just believe our community needs to thank these folks that represent us at the national level when you see them. And I just wanted you to know they are helping us and they have heard us. Congresswoman Pedersen had a town hall not too long ago that I moderated. The whole issue came up and she listened, she asked questions. So you need to know they are working for you. They're working with all of us, and they're listening to the concerns that they can better control than we can. So Counselor Seymour.
Public comment too. In regards to the town hall, I'm sorry I missed that. I thought that maybe celebrating my 40th anniversary with my wife on a trip that we planned over a year ago might keep me in better graces. So I took that option, and so I appreciate my colleagues' opportunity. It is almost impossible to find dates now that we are trying to do these on more frequent basis than ever before that matches all of our schedules. So we do have businesses, we have other commitments, and we do take vacations from time and again. So I want to thank the community for allowing me to celebrate my anniversary.
Counselor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. We all want honest new government. And in the strategic plan, we say, under transparency and accountability, engage in two-way dialogue with the people of Westminster, clearly, to communicate our intentions and of the decisions, and to take really responsibility for all that we do, thereby earning the trust and confidence of, the community. The hard part about honesty is when spoken aloud, it can be brutal. Of the July 10th, 2023, the Calavity came to the council to really complain about what she saw as a propaganda postcard funded by really public dollars. Our mayor took, the unusual step of addressing the comments of the Calavity, and used her really position as mayor to really condemn Ms. Calavity's comments as false. Later that same evening, my really comments of the defense of the Calavity set off an exchange between myself and the mayor pro tem in which he requested facts. In an email to our mayor later that week, I asked requested she really reconsider her condemnations of the Calavity's remarks and explain the inaccuracy of her condemnation comments. On July 24th, the next meeting, after July 10th, after hearing the correction from our mayor, I basically explained the complete accuracy of the Calavity's remarks of the July 10th, and I really recounted the mayor had made in her condemnations of Calavity's comments. I then addressed, the events and the emails, the surrounding the vote to appeal the Price verdict on the council's use of eminent domain and to take the property on Westminster Boulevard. Well, the facts that the mayor pro tem had requested. Instead of fulfilling, the requests and the needs of the mayor pro tem and beginning a conversation to improve of the decisions this council had made, my comments were interpreted by our city manager as a defamatory attack on him. And while I am not at liberty to, discuss the information from our executive sessions, let me share the information I discussed with our city manager on the afternoon of August 23rd. The city manager and I met. And the city manager said if I did not apologize to him in public, that he would sue me personally and, the city council for defamation. He said that if I did not apologize to him, but the city council did apologize, he would not sue. Now, to defame a person and to damage their reputation requires a speaker to knowingly speak false information. Nothing that I have spoken about the misinformation given to City Council during the water plant presentations of 2023 is false or inaccurate. I had previously discussed the facts of the misinformation with, the Mayor Pro Tem in private before his comments on July 10th. I was terribly disappointed when he made his request for facts in public on July 10th. And my recitations of the facts on July 24th, I thought I was fulfilling my obligation in terms of Westminster's, the strategic plan. But instead of my comments revealing the depth, extent, and impact of the misinformation, my comments led to the perceived insult of the city manager and the threat of legal action against council and myself. Now, today, with that threat to take legal action eliminated, I still feel it is of great value to explore the facts and how the misinformation, or choose another of the descriptor for the incorrect information, your choice, how that information came to be presented to City Council and how that information impacted Council's decision and what can be done to mitigate the harm that has occurred. Please, let us begin.
Mayor Pro Tem,
I would ask that we have a recess, please.
we will take a 5-minute break. Finish up council comments. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. So, I don't know how many people listen to thousands of years ago dead people like I do. I've been listening to the memoirs of Marcus Aurelius, and it's actually pretty amazing. I heard somebody talking about him and said that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and he's the exception to that rule. And so if you ever listen to anything about him, I highly recommend it. One of the things that he was talking about is basically the fact that at one point we'll be gone. In a couple generations, nobody will remember us. So really the task for people like us who have these seats is, what are we going to do that's going to be the best for this city? We could sit up here and continue to have the same fight over and over. We could continue to address the negativity that some people want to bring to this chamber, or we can move forward as a community. What I'm going to do with my time here until they don't remember me is I'm going to try to move this community forward. We need to start talking about solutions, not what we perceive as lies of the past, and what is going to be best for the city. Every single one of us at one point or another is going to make every single person in this room upset with us, mad at us. But we've got to show up here every Monday night and try to do what's best for the 118,000+ people who live in the city, and that's what I'm going to do with my time.
Councilor Izadi?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be a little more direct, you all just heard from Councilor Baker, more accusations. I'd like you to please disregard everything you just heard. 99% of it is completely inaccurate from what he's saying. City manager did not lie. It is not misinformation he's been giving. And just disregard everything you heard from Councilor Baker. Thank you.
Councilor Namella?
That was essentially the intent of what I wanted to say, is that our city manager provides us with the best information that he has at hand, provided by staff with the best information that they have at hand. Every now and then, yes, a mistake can come across on a piece of paper, and that's okay. And I would say those small mistakes are not something that overall influences the greater direction of because we have so many other checks and balances and inputs that, that's not an impactful thing to focus on, and rather I'd prefer to focus on the intent of our staff and our city manager in providing us with the information that we need. And we have, well, most of us have trust in our staff and in the city manager, and so I just want to make sure that the residents feel that they should and could have that as well.
Okay, we're going to go on to consent agenda. We have items C, D, and E that have been requested to be taken off. So is there a motion for items 8A and B? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda items 8A through 8B.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass items 8A and B. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMott?
Yes.
Councilor Emmons?
Yes.
Councilor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councilor Nermella?
Yes.
And Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item C. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to award the construction contract and authorize the city manager to execute a negotiated contract with sole bidder ECI Site Construction Management, Inc. in the amount of $956,730, plus a contingency in the amount of $95,673 for the total amount not to exceed $1,052,403 for the downtown Westminster West Park and Block A4 streetscape construction.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 8C. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Baker?
Yes, I had asked in an email when this council approved, well, the wound nerf that goes between blocks 4A East and 4A West.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Burke to come forward and answer the question.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, John Burke, Economic Advisory Manager. So, Councilor Baker, the original development agreement for downtown Westminster residences was approved initially in January of 2020. It was amended, and then construction started in August of 21. The bid for the entire Voonurf, which is really just a name for an alley, came up in August of 21, started construction. That project came back. We bid it out and then separated that piece of the project for one, just to get the water line, asphalt, curb and gutter installed. Then we just repackaged the West Park and the landscape, which is what's before you tonight. We got one bid that was over what we had budgeted for. So we now have another phase to come back in to actually finish out the project. So that original development agreement in 2020 was what initially created the city infrastructure that is part of that project.
But there was a time when you came to council and asked to approve building the wound nerve. Do you have when that was? Couldn't find it.
Absolutely, yeah. That date was actually in May of 22. And that was just for the portion of the Voonurf that is the water line, which is a big portion of that, the concrete curb and gutter access, as well as the asphalt in between. The project tonight, we actually ended up cutting out the remainder of that project and just doing the landscape, the West Park, and the streetscape elements.
So you'll be back here with
a future phase that will wrap out the rest of that ownership residential block. So as construction is continuing, we don't want to go in today and build the finished product while we know that there's still construction on the east side of that roadway.
Okay, because they work together, don't they?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you know how much then will the next phase will ask?
No estimate right now, based upon what we just saw. There have been significant cost increases every single time we go forward with these RFPs. We're trying to find the lowest responsible bidder for each of those. So when the time comes to bid that, which will likely be, I'd say, mid next year, in order to time it for that next phase of development, we'll have a much better idea of where interest rates are and construction industry will react.
Okay, so in all likelihood, are the city's expenditures for the wound nerve and the landscaping around and the park, which mainly benefits the development, will probably end up being more than our total land sales, including our early profit share?
That is a very good potential at looking at one data point. Again, holistically, as you bring residents to downtown Westminster and the surrounding area with discretionary income to then support those retail businesses, we look at it a holistic approach, not just one data point.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Roll call, please. Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
And Councilor Baker.
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item D, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, based on the recommendation of the city manager, to determine that the public interest would be best served by authorizing a negotiated purchase agreement from Sourcewell Authorized Provide Axon Enterprise, Inc. for the purchase of 6 DJI Mavic 3 small unmanned aircraft systems, SUAS drone, 1 DJI Matrix SUAS pilot and flight tracking software with a 1-year license and a pilot training courses in the amount not to exceed $86,000.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 8D. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would ask that maybe the police department can explain to us what these devices will be used for to answer the public comment.
Absolutely. Chief Halbert, if you could come forward, he's prepared to respond.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, Norm Hobart, Chief of Police. Mayor Pro Tem, specifically for these drones will be used for patrol deployment and investigations of deployment. So if we have a critical incident where we need to take photos from high altitude, we used to do those from a fire truck, take that fire truck out of service, climb the ladder, look down and take aerials, that type of thing. We would use it for those types of investigations. We would use it for missing children, missing adults, search areas that are far and wide that would take a lot of manpower. It would help us in those investigations. And then we also use it. We've also been deploying it more on the patrol settings where we use it to search yards before we go in. It's better for officer safety. It does it far quicker and at a safer clip than we do. We still go in because of its limitations looking down. We still have to look under the cars in those types of things, but it really helps us as it relates to our safety and cutting down some of the time we spend doing some of those tasks.
Thank you.
Councilor Namella?
Just to follow up on that, is the information that is collected with those videos, how is that dispersed, shared, et cetera?
Most of the time, it's not. We as a city are governed by the CORA, Colorado Open Records Act. At the police department, we're governed by that, as well as the CCJRA, which is the Colorado Criminal Justice Records Act. See if I can get it right there. And really, that act in and of itself prevents us from selling it. And it's maintained with any other photograph or any other piece of evidence that we would have. It's dictated by the state archivist, how long that we have to hold on to each of those videos or photographs. That's all predetermined by the state, and then we follow that archivist's rules as it relates to holding on to that record. It's also dictated by the district attorneys. If it's a case, say it involves a homicide, those are kept forever. A document that would, a traffic stop, body-worn camera, or an aerial, I don't know why we would have it on a traffic stop, but say we did, that is governed by what that traffic stop entails. If it's just a traffic stop and release, it would be a 30-day retention and we would get rid of it. But we wouldn't sell it. We don't have the ability to do that, and we're governed by the CCGRA that we're not allowed to do that. Yeah.
Councilor Baker?
How long have we been using them, and have they been really of the contract drones, or have we not used drones?
We have been using drones. I would have Commander Tim Reed come up and maybe speak to more specifics about how long. These would be new drones from a new company, but drones in and of itself we've been using for the last 4 or 5 years. They have been, again, deployed in those manners that I described them, more of a patrol setting, but also with critical incidents and taking some of those photographs.
So roughly how many times have we used drones before? Okay, and I thought it was the same company, but it's not. This is a different company?
So this contract, what we're looking to do is amend the current Axon or the body-worn camera contract to have Axon drones is what we're looking for this evening. Those Axon drones would have the flight plans in them for accountability and transparency to show where they were and to document that, and then those cameras sync up with our body-worn cameras to have kind of that live feed so you see what the drone is looking at as well as the body-worn camera when you're reviewing that information.
Okay, that's why I thought it was ongoing. We had been used this company before, but we use it for body cameras, but not for drones. Drones will be new. So whose drones did we use before?
So we purchased our own drones.
So
we didn't
so
go
it
through.
was an internal.
Correct. We didn't go through Axon, and we're asking for a 1-year amendment to this contract because it's something that we want to explore to see how these work and if they work for us in that fashion. That way we're not tied to the long-term contract with the body-worn cameras.
Okay, and we're going to be training officers to basically fly these?
Yes, there's a select group of officers that have tested for this and put in for being drone pilots.
Okay.
And so those officers will be trained with this.
And I see he's standing up, do we have doesn't have to be precise, just a ballpark figure of how many times we've flown drones before, like in the last year?
So we'll use them 10 or less times per week. So they're up really often.
So we're now using drones as much as 10 times a week?
Yes.
Okay.
I know this weekend we deployed it at least 4 times
Okay.
on different calls.
And
Very
the
good.
primary use is for officer safety. We get that extra look at what's going on before we're pushing human assets into a problem.
Okay. And because it's been under our control, the privacy issue is probably not that much of a concern. How are we going to ensure, and is there some probable cause before we launch a drone, or how does that work?
Well, the pilots are trained to FAA standards and have to comply with all that law. So one of the benefits of adding this into the Axon platform is that we can track flight plans literally point to point, elevation and direction. And so we can replay that literally over at any time.
Okay.
It definitely increases that accountability.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is there some probable cause before we fly a drone? Like, like somebody says, there's like someone in my backyard, and that serves as a probable cause then to launch the drone?
Yeah. The only time that we would launch it without some type of underlying criminal event is for a training mission. So they'll use them, put them up for training to make sure that everything's good, test the equipment and all that. Everything else is related to some type of call for service.
So everything we do has some probable cause, and I'm probably misusing that term, but there is some more than just some operator's curiosity.
Yes.
Before we launch one of these things.
And we would be able to track point to point exactly where any one of our drones goes.
Okay, and what do we think then, if this proves useful, what do we think the ongoing cost would be? The same $86,000 a year, or basically now that we have, will the hardware it'd only be $40,000 a year?
You're exactly right. We would buy the hardware and the maintenance plans and those things with the drones that we're going to purchase, and then we would have ongoing software, basically commitments if we decided that this was a useful tool and we came back to you next year to amend the contract.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other comments. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Counselor Nurmela?
Yes.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item E, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Anderson Hollis Architects PC for design services for replacement municipal court in the amount of $2,589,620 plus a 10% contingency of $258,963 for a total authorized expenditure of $2,848,592.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item E1. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Baker?
I will be of the voting against this because I don't have confidence in the bidding process we used.
Counselor Emmons? Oh, okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Counselor Nurmela?
Yes.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
And Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to E2. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize additional project contingency in the amount of $209,924 for a future contract amendment with Anderson Hollis Architects PC to incorporate funding from the Community Reach Center, Inc. for a total authorized expenditure not to exceed $3,058,516.
Counselor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 8E2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Nurmela?
Yes.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
And Mayor McNally?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 9A, resolution number 28. Counselor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 28, appointing directors to the Board of Directors of the Orchard Park Place South Metropolitan District.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass resolution number 28. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Counselor Nurmela?
Yes.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
And Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to our public hearing and approval of the first amended preliminary development plan and an official development plan for Semper Gardens. I understand we have, oh, there you are, a presentation from staff and the applicant. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. John McConnell, Interim Planning Manager, here tonight to provide you with the staff presentation of this agenda item. A staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, the public notices published in the Westminster window, the mailed notices and the posted notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time.
And I'm just going to interrupt because I forgot to say it is 8:46 and I opened the public hearing. So continue.
Thank you. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to 778 property owners, addresses, and three HOAs within 1,000 feet of the parcels under consideration tonight. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. Here's a map showing the location of Semper Gardens. The parcels are outlined in red. The parcels are generally located at the southwest corner of West 104th Avenue and Sheridan Boulevard. The preliminary development plan amendment and official development plan would facilitate the subdivision of the property for 195 single-family detached and attached homes. The vehicular access points for the development are from Sheridan Boulevard, West 102nd Avenue, and Benton Street. 3 new streets will be constructed with West 101st Avenue connecting to the traffic signal on Sheridan Boulevard, providing access for the Waverly Acres and Highland Meadows neighbors to make an easier northbound turn on Sheridan. The development includes a publicly accessible park with a playground and splash pad. Section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing rezonings, preliminary development plans, and amendments thereto. Staff finds that the preliminary development plan amendment generally meets these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. Several examples of these criteria are that the PDP is compatible and harmonious with existing public and private development in the surrounding area. Streets, driveways, access points, and turning movements are designed in a safe and convenient manner that the PDP will not preclude further public land dedications. For those selected criteria, staff finds that the PDP is compatible with existing developments in the surrounding area, that the access points are designed in safe and convenient manner, and that the PDP will not preclude future land dedications. Section 11.515 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 16 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing official development plans. Staff finds that the official development plan generally meets these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. Several examples of these criteria are that the plan exhibits sound, creative, or efficient planning and design principles. The architectural design of the structures is compatible in terms of shape, color, forms, and material, and existing streets are suitable to carry the traffic. For those selected example criteria, staff finds that the ODP exhibits sound planning by incorporating 4 different types of homes, that the architecture generally meets the design standards and reflects some of the common modern home designs, and that the surrounding road network can accommodate the additional trips generated by the new development. Staff recommends that City Council hold a public hearing and approve the PDP amendment and the ODP, subject to the additional condition located in the summary of staff recommendation in the staff agenda memo. The Planning Commission voted to recommend City Council approve this PDP amendment and ODP by a vote of 5-0. Planning Commission meeting minutes from its August 8th public hearing are provided in attachment 6. Staff finds that the approval of these applications will meet the city's strategic plan priority of quality of life. which ensures that Westminster offers a diverse range of amenities and activities for residents, businesses, and visitors that honor the city's history and support the arts, parks, recreation, open spaces, and libraries, is met by facilitating new development, providing new publicly accessible park space. This concludes the staff presentation. The applicant is with us tonight and has a presentation to share with you as well. I'm also available if you have any questions for staff.
Are there any questions at this time? I see none, so, oh, sorry.
My one question is, I couldn't tell from looking at the plan documents and/or finding the PDP exemptions that they were looking for. The separation of the buildings for those that are facing onto tracks and/or easements, it looks pretty narrow. Are they asking for an exception to our standard for building separation?
So there are some exceptions requested on setbacks. With council's permission, I'd like the applicant to describe their exceptions to you in their presentation.
Thank you. I read that, but I swear I couldn't find. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. Okay. I don't know.
Page 3 of 3 on the preliminary development plan.
Okay. I'll look at it while. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the applicant. Just right and left. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, John, for that presentation. I'm Jeff Willis, president and owner of Berkeley Homes, 3033 South Parker Road in Aurora. Before I jump in, I don't believe, Counselor, that we are asking for building separation exemptions. We do have some setbacks, but I don't believe building separation is in there, but we can get into those details.
That would be good. So it's really the building separation between those that face one another that are not on a street. It just looked really narrow for some of them.
I don't know what our minimum is there. Maybe I can turn to our team, but I believe we're roughly at least 25 to 30 feet between buildings. Does that sound correct? Yeah, we'll do some research while we do the presentation.
Okay. And maybe staff can remind me what our minimum is again, because I don't have one.
Oh, go ahead, sorry, John.
In the design standards don't have a minimum for those separations. Those are negotiated through the PUD process.
Oh, so it's our fault. Okay.
Thank you. We are very happy to present this project tonight. What we hope is our final public step in this approval process. We have been working on this for about 5 years now, and extensive thought and effort has gone into this plan with the help of city staff and neighborhood input, and we are very excited to present it once again tonight. As you saw earlier, this plan this parcel is made up of 3 different property owners. There's a long history with many of these properties. The Holtzclaw family has owned this property since 1919, and they've actually bought it from the original Semper family. The Hahn family has owned the northern property since the mid-1950s. And so these are families that have been great stewards of these properties and are now in a position they'd like to see it take the next step within the city. I think what is also very unique that I'd like to point out is while each of these properties has gone through development processes over the years, some being approved, some just through the planning stage. To my knowledge, this is the first time all 3 have been consolidated into one cohesive project, which I think is a great benefit for the city and for the surrounding neighborhood to have that planned all as one. Just a brief outline of what we're going to go over tonight. I'll introduce our team. Marcus Pochner will go through our community outreach, the process and the project proposal, as well as project highlights, exceptions, and of course, we're free to answer any questions afterwards. A little bit about Berkeley Homes, for those of you that don't know. We're a small privately held builder in Denver. We've been building in the Denver metro area since the mid-1980s. And our team tonight is the Pochner Group, Marcus Pochner handling our community outreach, PCS Group, which is our landscape and land planning firm, Cage Civil Engineering, and Godin Sudik Architects. Berkeley, we have completed 3 neighborhoods within the city of Westminster in about the last 7 or 8 years that we're very proud of. Skyline Greens at 88th and Lowell, which is a paired home project. Schoenberg Greens, which is similar. It's a alley load project at 73rd and Sheridan. And then finally Connections, which is just down the hill from here at Yates and 88th. As you'll see on our plan we're proposing tonight is nearly identical to the plan we also showed you a year and a half ago when we received the PDP and comp plan amendment approval. The only difference really, and we'll go through that detail, is we reduced the number of homes in that from 202 to 195 based on your approval, which capped our overall density across the project as 5 dwelling units per acre. But other than that, street networks and everything else have remained the same. Just a brief reminder of a couple of things our plan does not have that I know is important. We do not have any apartments. We do not have homes taller than 2 stories. We do not have attached homes adjacent to existing neighborhoods. And our plan does not have large water-intensive lots. What it does have, as John mentioned earlier, a diversity of product housing types. It offers a wide option for pricing, for preferences, and desires of future homeowners. We have approximately 6 acres of public land dedication that's being dedicated as land, not as cash in lieu, that is contiguous with existing city open space. We have a 4-way lighted intersection at 101st in Sheridan that'll provide a much improved traffic access to the neighborhoods. We have a cohesive integrated plan of 3 separate parcels, and our plan has the recommendation of staff and a unanimous vote of Planning Commission. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions once the proposal or the presentation's over, and I will turn it over to Marcus Pochner.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will go through the rest of our slides, some of the detail, and be available for any questions. As Jeff said, we wanted to certainly frame this project talking about community outreach. We have worked on this project since 2019 and really have had a philosophy that we needed to reflect from our community. They have a shared access point, as John described, into this existing community. So we share those roadways, and it's really been an opportunity to work with all of the adjoining communities to incorporate those planning elements into our plan. We always work with the most affected neighbors first and primarily, so you see the Waverly Acres, Highland Greens, and Highland Meadows just to the south of us as well. I want to be sure and note just the different strategies that we used. Obviously, there's a COVID reality in this timeline as well, right? But you see the different things. We decided early on to use focus groups to work with those 3 adjoining neighborhoods to really talk about how our product would mirror and reflect them. So we went into small focus groups, and we've carried that throughout. And I'll talk about a few of these, just the integration that we learned from the neighborhood, and that's why you see 4 housing products before you tonight. Specifically, when we came to you all in 2022, this was the request. It was approved by Westminster City Council for the comprehensive plan amendment, the rezoning, and the PDP. As Jeff and John both mentioned, it was capped at 195 units, and the townhomes were to be incorporated into the plan. Those were 2 specific conditions from this council that we've incorporated. Now we're moving forward with our request for the ODP and the first PDP amendment. This is that approved PDP, right, from 2022. We just always want to reference back to this document because that's where we're looking at compliance. Are we being consistent with that? You see the 4 housing typologies, the full PLD. We are dedicating all PLD and no townhomes in that southern parcel. That was part of our discussion with the neighbor as well. This shows, just so you can all see, the red circles here show the reduction of the 7 units on this site from 202 to 195. There are 1 units right that are removed in each of the circles, and then the larger circle on Sheridan, we removed 4 of the townhomes. That was done again specifically to really have that 5 units per dwelling unit across the whole balance of the site, and that was done to really respect the existing density of Highland Greens and some of the area surrounding the site, so that we didn't want to exceed that existing templates that's there today. A few things I just want to talk about again. These were the process. Now we're here for the ODP. We have always focused on these specific community benefits: inclusive planning, full PLD, increased water efficiency, and a very enhanced transportation infrastructure for the existing neighbors that are there today. Our current request, here is what you see before you. The ODP, you all certainly know them well in our sheets, but here are the highlights: our site plan, the landscape plan we'll talk some about, the architectural standards, and then the amenities building that's included in this project as well. This is the site plan. I just want to show kind of the detail for the public that is watching, the very detailed plans that go through an ODP, going lot by lot of the 195 proposed units. I do want to be sure and highlight a few things about the landscaping. We are actually very proud of the way this is transitioning to some very important trails to the north, where we are making the PLD dedication, that native landscape. We have a very small part of turf that's just a manicured turf near the playground. The rest of all this is very xeric and really honoring kind of the landscape that's around this area. Also looking at some enhanced buffers along Sheridan, and also making that transition around the proposed detention areas as well. Certainly wanted to show you a couple of images of this. This is looking north at 101st. It shows kind of the setback, the more generous setback along Sheridan. You see from the smaller single family homes to the paired homes, but you get an idea of really that important landscaping right along Sheridan. This as well shows from 103rd looking south now. Part of those 4 townhomes that we reduced at the request of council, you get to see more of that buffer there, really stepping back from that. The site actually has pretty substantial grade changes on the site as well, so we're really using landscaping to further buffer the impact from Sheridan today. A few things I just want to point out. Why have 4 housing types here, right? It's actually because it really matches the neighborhood. What I will tell you is the existing homes, we meet every existing home with another single family product, right? So no attached homes. We have single family detached meeting existing homes. So you see the larger lot single family detached on the north side. That's what transitions to the PLD. You see the paired homes kind of in the pink color. The smaller single family detached product there in purple, again bordering Highland Meadows and Waverly Acres. And then you also see the townhomes that we think are so important to this site, really buffering there in the yellow off of Sheridan as well. A couple of things that I just want to show the architectural examples. These are things that are included in the ODP, and we certainly have our team here to answer it. This is what we're proposing in those single-family detached homes on the north. Those are generally front-loaded homes. Here, this shows the single-family alley-loaded home. So a little bit of a different product with the alley-loaded, but you see the articulation of the homes we're providing there. This again shows the paired homes that certainly from a street view feels like a larger single-family home. Again, very diverse architecture, really engaging the street. And then lastly, the townhomes. I want to be sure and note here, all of these products have the same height limit. We thought that was very important. We heard that from Highland Greens to really watch the height, the view corridor across Sheridan. So each one of these, even though we have 4 products, all have the same height limit across the site. A couple other things, we'll come back to it, is again, this shows the PLD in the open space. The PLD is right around 6 acres that we are dedicating there on the north. We're making some trail improvements, connections there as well. We have our own private park that is open to the public. You can see that right there at the northern end of our site. And then open spaces throughout our site. Overall, we're at 37.5% of our site plan is being designed as open space or PLD dedication. A few things, and Councilwoman Nermella asked a couple of questions about this. I'll try to go through the detail of what is there, but here are the exceptions that we are requesting. I will state it fairly that we again frame our requests looking at these community benefits. Your existing code does not really address some of them layout, particularly for an alley-loaded product. The staff report was more than fair that says it's very challenging or it doesn't adjust to that today, right? So you have to go through this exception process. So we're trying to honor really what we've heard to the neighborhood to make these come true. Here are the exceptions, and we've done it here so people can really look at it. The first one is the walks. So we are asking for both detached and attached walks, and that is because we have to have the city required utility separation. So that's actually required to have your utility separation to have that. So you can see that in kind of the fuchsia line, the number 1 that runs through the site where we have different treatment there. Number 2 is the amenity area. In your code today, amenities, it requires a hot tub. So we're actually asking for an exception to that. We don't think that works very well in today's environment. So we are asking for a different amenity instead of the hot tub, but that is actually one of the exceptions. Number 3, what you see throughout, and Councilwoman Nermella may have been asking about this, these are setbacks according to street width, right? So a lot of this is because of that alley product. I will generally overstate moving homes closer to the street to engage when it's alley loaded, and also trying to honor the full PLD dedication on the north side of the site. Finally, we are asking for some setbacks from the existing homes from 25 down instead of 30 feet because there's such a grade change, fencing, and the way we're turning our products. We're really honoring that transition from those existing homes. This shows in some detail. I won't go through all of this, but we're happy to answer any questions about those setbacks. Again, the great challenge is when you have an alley-loaded product, right, and how that fits in. So we are putting together very common, as Jeff pointed out, some of the other projects we've worked on, Berkeley has. These are very consistent with side setbacks and front setbacks that you would have in an alley-loaded community. And finally, I just want to show some architectural design. Part of the other 15 requests are roof pitches. We have to ask for exception down to 412. We will not have bay or box windows on every house as is required today. And some of these do not have recessed garages. They have non-recessed garages that actually make sense on a front-loaded home where we're really changing that. I do want to point out we have an exception on the outdoor living. Although we are meeting the outdoor living requirement on 67% of the homes, there are just some of them that we're not able to provide a front porch. So that's also an exemption on 32 of the units that we are requesting. Again, this shows you that the hot tub, we have the splash zone, a number of other amenities, but we are not including that. So that is a specific request. I will say as we transition again to the approval criteria, staff did a terrific job. We are guided by the PDP requirements. I will restate, the only reason we are asking for the PDP amendment is to bring those exceptions in, right? That is the amendment, why we are bringing that through. We certainly believe we meet all approval criteria. We also, with the 16 requirements of the ODP, we believe this is very sound planning. The neighbors have done a terrific job. The city has done a terrific job, and we have all worked very hard and dutifully to try to bring forward a plan. I will close on this side. We call it our picture of compliance. This is what was approved in 2022, and this is what we are presenting today. We are meeting every letter of it. We've had to do that, and we want to bring those 4 housing products forward. We're very proud of bringing that housing typology into the city. And with that, we would respectfully request approval on this. We want to thank you, but we're certainly all here for any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Do we have anyone signed up to testify?
We do. We have 5 people signed up.
Okay.
The first speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Hello. Karen Calavity, 9940 Westcliff Parkway. Yeah, Marcus is involved in a lot of these community meetings. The problem is there are all these community meetings where most of the community doesn't want these projects, and they hold multiple meetings and beat the living daylights out of people and, beat them down. These are not meetings. These are just presentations. This is what we're going to do, and you better like it, because the city council is going to rubber stamp it anyway. And that's the viewpoint of people. And this is the very same. I mean, this is an okay development, but the fact that they need exceptions shows that they really are not meeting even the higher density that they requested in the first place. If they were truly meeting those requirements, they wouldn't need exceptions. As to David DeMott's comment about Aurelius, great cities don't have to have particular architects that they're referencing, and the human being element might disappear over the years. But great cities do follow some standards, some sense of beauty, and some sustainability type of standards. And this idea that a person is being negative if they're using critical thinking and not just rubber stamping everything that any developer comes with, or a consultant, or a hedge fund investor wants to impose upon the city of Westminster. That's what's being approved here on a regular basis. This is not making our city beautiful, sustainable, livable, meritorious of memory in the future. I mean, this water treatment plant is atrocious. I drive by the beginnings of this water treatment plant, and it looks like a prison yard already. I mean, these are the things that make a city or break a city, and we're just letting any developer, even with this, I have a problem with their alley-loaded homes. I mean, instead of using their architects to design townhomes suitable for the site, they just recirculated or recycled their architectural plans, and they have alleys facing Sheridan. I mean, that's just ugly, and that's not appropriate. So some of these, when you just say it's negative to be a critical thinker, that's not negative. That's caring about the city and not saying whatever the developers present is okay. It's not okay. You need to be more critical about that and decide what's actually being done for the benefit of the city and what's being done for the benefit of the developers and the consultants and the hedge fund investors. Again, this isn't a terrible project, but I see some, they shouldn't be asking for exceptions. There's no reason. If they're good designers, they should be able to work with the parameters and do this without any exceptions.
Thank you.
I apologize in advance about this last name. Linda Beluzak? Beluzak.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm Linda Belasack, and I live at 5130 West 98th Avenue. And I've lived there almost 35 years. So, my concern with this project is there's already so much traffic on Sheridan. And when there's accidents, they're coming through my neighborhood of Highland Greens. And with the way this is developed, I see that it's going to increase that situation. And I've wondered if, you or the builder have really sat down and thought about that. I have family living in Waverly Acres and friends, and they're saying that those people are, accepting this plan and are willing to work with them and like the plan, and that's not true. That is not true. They
are not happy about this plan. They're not happy about the amount of homes that are going to be in there, and they're not happy about the fact that if it happens, that they're going to be so close to them, and want consensus or, changes made in how far it will be from where Waverly Acres is at the very east end, and would be the west end of their property. And in talking to the people in Highland Greens, and I'm an original homeowner, we're not happy about it. We're not happy at the fact about the 101st entrance, and that they'll be coming through our neighborhood where that is a major school bus stop, children, and if any of that's been concerned. I was personally told that 101st for this new development, that they could only turn north and south, that they could not go across on 101st. I don't see how that is even going to be feasible to tell all of us that they won't be allowed to drive into Highland Greens. So I would like you to really sit down and think about it and really be truthful with all of us about people accepting this. Because I don't feel like you're listening to us. I feel like you do have the meetings for us to come here just so we can get up and talk, but that you really don't care about what we feel. And I really ask you to be honest with yourselves, and for the builder to be honest with themselves too. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Teresa Hale.
Excuse me, I was not speaking.
The next speaker is Clegg Williams.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am Clegg Williams, 3413 West 109th Circle, Legacy Ridge. Been a homeowner there for 27 years, and I too have been involved in a lot of slow traffic coming up Sheridan with accidents, but most of those accidents that I've seen are people coming out of Highland Greens, heading north and then making a U-turn. Hopefully that intersection will help. Same with Waverly Acres. They come down, they turn to the south, make a U-turn. A lot of those accidents are from those people. So I hope the improvements on 104th are well and should be very welcomed by both neighborhoods. The fact that Berkeley Homes has stuck with you guys, not stuck with you guys, but worked with you guys for over 5 years is a testament to what type of company you're getting in bed with here. They are a great company. I've known them for a long, long time. And they do what they say. They built projects here in Westminster. You've seen their results. The fact that we're getting lower income housing. I have kids that would love to live in this area, and this is the first time that anything like this has come about, that we have an opportunity to put a low price housing, in affordable housing into this area, which is a great prime piece of real estate, and central for me, for my kids. I too have family that lives in Highlands Greens. My son lives there, and so does my mother-in-law. And due to other people's voices, they're happy to see that land be developed. It's been an eyesore for a long time, and bringing Berkeley into this and developing all 4 stretches of this under one development and one developer should be exactly what this city should be very, very comfortable with in the development. And appreciate the consideration for moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Palmer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening again. Semper Gardens, let's talk about a few things. How about the price? We've yet to hear a price, and yet this gentleman stands up here and tells us they're going to be affordable. They're not. Have any of these developers or Marcus bothered to tell you a price? No. I think they should disclose that here tonight before you vote. Amenities. What amenities are they going to have since they're not going to have the hot tub? Didn't hear that either. So I think that's a question that should be and needs to be addressed. Didn't hear him talk about the garage sizes or depths. I know that's come into context before with you, Councilor Emmons, as far as garage depths. Didn't hear anything, haven't seen anything on what the actual garage depths are. Again, the answer before you vote on this. Next, I believe that Berkeley Homes needs to give you a date certain for the removal of the barbed wire, which is in violation of the City Code and Ordinance 1146P6A. No barbed wire is allowed in the city of Westminster. So that needs to come down, and you should get a date certain when that's going to happen before construction starts. Also, a date certain for the piles of asbestos-laden trash that are over there and have been, 10 months now? November's when they tore that building down on the Semper property. I think we've messed with that long enough. Before they start any more construction, date certain when that's going to be removed. Now here's the biggie. Councilor Seymour, you need to recluse yourself from the vote on this tonight due to the fact that you've got a sign posted over there on the Holzclaw property. Now, according to the way I read the city code about signs, political banners, you would have had to have gotten permission from the Holzclaws. Did you? If so, prove that. And let's not say David Franco's going to tell you, oh, it's all right, Rich will vote the way he needs to. No, it's a conflict of interest. It's morally wrong. It's ethically wrong. I honestly think you need to recluse yourself. And again, I know that David Franco's going to say, oh, it's okay, because we've heard this before, but it's not okay. I hope that you do recluse yourself, and if you don't, I hope that people remember that when it comes to this next voting session. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last speaker I had signed up, but we do have 5 voicemails. Okay?
For the record, my name is Mike Byrne. I live at 2391 Ranch Reserve Ridge, Westminster, Colorado. I've been a Westminster resident for over 40 years. I am in Spain on my 50th wedding anniversary, so can't be there in person, but wanted you to hear my support for the Semper Gardens Berkeley Homes official development plan. I've worked with the landowners for over 5 years now on this project to develop these infill sites. Each landowner has tried, and I've worked with them, to find an individual builder to develop their site, but each time, even if they've gotten water approvals or whatever, the builders were not financially able to make it work. They're difficult infill sites to develop. The Semper Gardens ODP, which is in front of you tonight, combines all 3 parcels, which I think is critical to a well-planned site that creates a variety of for-sale lots and homes, not for rent housing, which I think is very important. So all of the Semper Gardens ODP homes will be for sale. Berkeley Homes has spent over the last 3 years, I believe, over time working with the neighborhoods and has had over, I believe, 10 neighborhood meetings and adjusted the ODP to reflect input from neighbors, city staff, and the planning commission. The city staff report to the council shows the ODP meets all the city goals and requirements. Again, I stress having all 3 parcels presenting one ODP versus 3 separate ODPs will create a well-planned community with a variety of for-sale homes. I hope you'll approve this ODP tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Tillez, and I currently live in Westminster, just north of this project. I believe the Berkeley project is great for this area. And to be honest, I would love to own a home myself someday. This project has been committed to the promises made, and I'm excited to see it come to fruition. So please support this project before we lose today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Haley Martinez, and I grew up in Westminster. I lived at 10450 Holmes Street through college, and now that I'm married and have a family, my husband and I were forced to move up north to Windsor to find affordable housing. And my husband and I just wanted to record that we support Semper Gardens by Berkeley Homes because we understand that the community will consist of 4 different housing types, which would mean more affordable housing options, and that could give us the option to an opportunity to hopefully move back to Westminster someday, which is where we both grew up, and it's where we want to raise our family. So we support Semper Gardens by Berkeley Homes.
Hello, my name is Sean. I live in Westminster. I want to call today to encourage you all to support Berkeley Homes Development in Westminster. I encourage you to support this application before tonight because it's important to support our businesses and workers all alike. I also think the plan is well thought out with a diverse set of products that appeal to different demographics. Please support this project before you today. All right, thank you very much. Bye.
That was the last voicemail message.
Thanks. Okay, City Council questions? Good. Okay. Okay, Mr. Councilor Baker?
It goes back to the alley-loaded product, and how do the firefighters get there? Are these, again, 30-foot wide alleyways? And
I can answer that question. The fire department has done a thorough review of the application. There are no outstanding comments for fire review. All alleys, streets, fire hydrant locations are in concurrence with their review.
Thank you.
Councilor Seymour?
And I believe this was for the applicant as far as the exception on the hot tub. And I believe in your presentation, you mentioned that there's going to be a splash pad.
Yes, that's correct. We'll have a few notes here about a 2,100 square foot community center, splash pad, half-court basketball, playground, and then a park area.
And that, as even though it's an interior park, is a public park?
The park itself will be public. The community center, the building will not. That'll
Thank
be
you.
owned by the HOA.
Appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't know if either the staff or the applicant wants to address, there was a public comment about the adjacent community next door and the addition to the traffic, and I know that this was addressed when you were before us before. Could you speak to that and what that's going to look like?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm happy to address it, and then if staff has anything to add. So we spent a lot of time on that full movement on 101st. What was referenced by a couple of speakers is today you come out on 102nd, you go to 101st, and you do a U-turn, right? You get past the median, and that is what is causing so many accidents. It's a real problem there. It's a real safety, and that is actually the only way out unless you go down to 100th, right, through Highland Meadows. So we actually think this is a very important, safe movement for existing neighbors and future neighbors to move there and be able to do that. I will say, just to clarify, that's a full movement proposed at 104th. Yes, I guess some people could go straight from the new homes, go eastward into Highland Greens. But again, we showed that when the PDP was approved. That is a much longer route. And as you all know, I think the city and others have worked very hard to try to put some speed control on that. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not arguing with any of that. But we are really trying to provide safe passage passage for existing neighbors to head north. So again, we're adding significant infrastructure. We're adding that for existing neighbors. The only other thing I'd answer about just the infrastructure is all of this is being added and we won't go into the existing neighborhood. It comes through our site, right? And up on the north side, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the street, that's only an emergency connection. So we've really tried to limit any impact to that existing neighborhood and yet still improve that traffic infrastructure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Namella?
Thank you for the thorough presentation.
Sure.
Two, and also thank you for connecting the trail up to the sidewalk along Sheridan in response to last time you were up here. The one question I have is the connection to the west out of this project, sort of like the trail sort of just stops at the edge of the property line, and is that something that we're looking to connect to, or?
So the trail that the applicant will build would traverse the open space dedication. It will be an 8-foot shared path that connects from on the east to the sidewalk along Sheridan Boulevard. But as you note on the site plan, it'll stub out at the edge of that existing property. So there are a couple of creek crossings in that area that you're all familiar with. The city staff is currently working on some plans for some storm drainage infrastructure improvements in that area. Staff feels it would be better and more appropriate for the city to work through that project to provide a safe crossing and connection to the stub out in conjunction with the stormwater project.
Great, so in the future, we will
future.
connect to it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Councilor Azadi?
And can you speak to the pricing?
Certainly our goal is to make this as affordable as possible. Our hope would be that we could have the townhomes priced in the 400s and then really tier the pricing up as you went in larger square footages. Obviously, this is a couple years away. We don't know cost structure, what will be in 2 years, but our goal would be to at least have the base price of the townhomes into the 400s and then up from there.
It is, my time it's 9:31, and I will close the public hearing. And is there a motion for A7 to approve the first amended preliminary development plan? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the first amended preliminary development plan for Semper Gardens. This recommendation is based on the finding that the preliminary development plan amendment generally complies with the criteria in section 11-5-14 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Emmons? Oh, Councilor Seymour?
Second.
Sorry. It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10-7, A7. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Namella?
So I just wanted to say I'll be voting in favor of this. I know there are some exceptions to the design standards that we have. I know the design standards pretty well, and I would say, yeah, we're a little limited in being able to adequately address new housing typologies, particularly alley loaded, and so I think that the requests that for exceptions that are being made are reasonable. I also think that the orientation of the homes and the relationship between existing development and new development has been very thoughtfully laid out to address some of the community's concerns. I know that it's difficult for some of these older infill sites to build out for communities that have been in place for a really long time, and you get used to the open spaces that you drive by and enjoy. But these are private properties that the city doesn't own these, so we don't control who comes to purchase these. We also don't control for or require affordability. We could, but as a city overall, but that's not something that we do currently. That would be a policy decision that we'd have to make together. So I just wanted to point those things out, and I do think that this project is working to address sustainability as well with the design, so I appreciate that, and the heights seem very compatible So that is why I'd be voting in favor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I will also be supporting this tonight. I think that I supported this when it was here before, and I'm glad to see that some of the things that we were concerned about that you've tried your best to address, and I see that throughout the plan and the presentation. Ultimately, like Councilor Nermella said, this is somebody's private property, so I appreciate the length that you've went to try to accommodate the surrounding areas as best you can. I know that ultimately that's a tall order to make everybody happy, but I'm excited to see this. When we talk about affordability, I am a very big advocate that it's about the right mix, and so it has some additional mix that we haven't seen in a while. I know there's some other projects throughout the city where we're going to be adding some of that, but I do think that that's going to lend to affordability for people in Westminster.
Councilor Seymour?
I too will be voting in favor of this. I was on council when this first came before us, and that council was very specific about what we wanted to see or not see. And those asks have been brought back before us. So the lowering of the density was key. It was one of those issues that it was close. Council at that time said, close is not close enough. And so I appreciate that. And then as far as the ownership townhomes, it is still, we are way behind on that building for entry housing. So I appreciate that mix and the fact that you listened to what we said and you fulfilled those. Those exceptions are very minor. And I hope that traffic flow will greatly enhance the U-turns when you're going down Sheridan. It's dangerous for everybody. So I hope that works, and I hope our traffic calming, that some of it needs to be updated, and we do know that. We have some flashing lights and some speed controls in Highlands Green that I know the city manager has been conveyed with one of the residents about our updates that we need to make on that too, after we did some paving on there, and now we got to go back and fix that. So I think that's important too, so that doesn't become a pass-through, but we are very aware of that. Thank you.
Councilor Emmons?
I also will be voting in favor for all the reasons explained. This is diverse product, and townhomes are an entry level, believe it or not, but also an exit level for our seniors in our community that are wanting to downsize. So not only just for entry, but exit as far as on the back end of downsizing. So that's why I will be in favor of this. The exceptions are pretty straightforward. They're not obscene at all. So through rationale, I think that this is pretty straightforward, and I will be approving. I will also say this was also a possibility of an R8, and the developer is doing what City Council requested as an R5. So yeah, thanks.
I just want to say I'm not sure how many comprehensive land use plans you've lived through, but I know it was at least a couple. We know that it was owned by 3 different people, individuals. And, I knew the Holtz Clause very well. They used to sit in the back row, first and second seat, which I often said we should have names on there, because if they weren't here, we knew something was up. And they always wanted to hear it themselves, not third hands. They were great, wonderful people, and she was born on that property. And I think of them when I go past there. But for you folks, your other piece was you have the street that divides everything. And so then we had the comprehensive land use plan that made things a little crazy. For you to stick with this for 5 years, you heard what council's concerns were. You have moved everything to meet those pieces. I too have been sharing what you're planning on building, and I know a couple of folks that are looking at downsizing. I said, can you just hang on? I think there might be some stuff coming up in your neighborhood just across the street that you could do that too. So thank you for hanging in with us. Thank you for making changes. Thank you for listening and just doing the work that you did with us. So roll call, please.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 10A, A8. Move to approve the official development plan for Semper Gardens, subject to the conditions set forth in the summary of staff and recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the official development plan for Semper Gardens, subject to the conditions set forth in the summary of staff recommendations herein. This recommendation is based on the finding that the official development plan complies with the criteria in section 11-5-15 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Counselor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10A8. Any further discussion? Counselor Nemella?
I just forgot to thank staff for, I'm sure, working on this for a very long time, and Jacob especially. And so thank you for bringing us a product that everybody's satisfied with. So.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Counselor's Bill number 41. I didn't see it with Counselor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Where am I? B.
B1.
Move to pass Councilor's Bill number 41 on first reading, providing for a supplemental appropriation of funds to the 2023 adopted budget of the Utility Enterprise Fund.
Counselor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Counselor's Bill number 41. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
And Counselor Baker.
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 10B3. Counselor.
Move to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with HDR Engineering, Inc. to provide engineering design services for the Lowell Water Main and Sunset Open Space Sewer Project in the amount of $1,380,120, and authorize a contingency in the amount of $207,018 for a total authorized expenditure of $1,587,138, pending approval of the appropriation of funds on second reading.
Counselor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10B3. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 10B5. Counselor Seymour.
I move to authorize a project amendment to the amount of $235,000 to provide design services for the intersection improvements of West 92nd Avenue and Lowell Boulevard for a total authorized expenditure not to exceed $1,822,138 for the total HDR engineering contract.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10B5. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
And Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Counselor's Bill number 42. Counselor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chair. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 42, amending Section 8-3-8 of the Westminster Municipal Code concerning detention of motor vehicles.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10C1. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Counselor Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Emmons.
Yes.
And Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 10C3. Counselor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move to pass Councilor's Bill number 43, adopting Section 8-3-22 concerning impoundment of public nuisance vehicles.
Counselor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10C3. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was a technical issue that happened when we updated our parking enforcement, and we found a gap in that parking enforcement was not able to impound or tow vehicles. It had to be passed back to the police department, thus kind of rendering the option that we wanted to get policing issues to another department. This directly affected a neighborhood near the Westview Rec Center where there was 2 abandoned cars that had been there for months. And we had an issue that we found the overlap in this. So I appreciate staff fixing this technical issue very quickly.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Counselor Nermella?
Yes.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
And Mayor McNally?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10D1. Counselor's Bill 44. Counselor Emmons?
I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 44, amending 10-1-12 of the Westminster Municipal Code concerning parking regulation and enforcement to refine the current parking code.
Counselor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10D1. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
And Counselor Nermella?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10D3. Counselor Emmons?
I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 45, amending Section 10-1-17 of the Westminster Municipal Code, allowing for impoundment, immobilization, removal, or towing of vehicles under the newly adopted parking code.
Counselor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10D3. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Emmons?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally? Counselor Nermella?
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
It is now 9:46, and we will adjourn this meeting and move into a post-meeting where we have one post-meeting presentation followed by an executive session. Do you want to do the vote for moving into executive session here?
Sure.
Okay.
Mayor, the executive session that's proposed for your post-meeting is to discuss a personnel matter, the annual reviews for city manager, city attorney, and the presiding judge pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code, Section 1113C1, and Colorado Revised Statute 246402 4F1.
I will ask counselors to state their name, and if you're willing to go into executive session.
Louise, yes?
Sarah Nermella, yes.
Dave Demott, yes.
Mayor McNally, yes.
Lindsay Emmons, yes.
Rich Seymour, yes.
Bruce Baker, yes.
We will take a quick break and then go into post. Our post meeting is about Sheridan Green.
Development team, go ahead, it's all yours.
All right, thank you so much. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors, I'm Lindsay Kimball, your Economic Development Director. With me here as well, John Burke, Economic Vibrancy Manager, excuse me. We also have, this is a team sport tonight, so we have John McConnell helping us out, Sarah Collins, and Lance Johnson. And PRO. So we thank them for their support tonight and for their support through this entire process. We really appreciate it. It's really been a big team lift that we're very proud of. So thank you to all of those departments. And I also would like to say thank you specifically to our facilities team, which has really done a lot of good work and really dug into the building. Tonight, we're going to start off quickly with an update on where we are. For the record, I know you've been very, very engaged in this process and attending those public meetings that were also very well attended by the public. So we're going to quickly run through and give you a quick status and grounding in where we are right now. So we want to start with this vicinity map and transfer update. The property on September 1st did transfer to the city, so we do officially. That piece that is shaded in the peach color there, which was formerly owned by Jeffco Schools. As we have discussed, there was a reverter clause in the deed for that property. So when that property was conveyed by the city, it said that if it ever ceases to be used as a school, it would revert back to the city. Both the land and any building upon any improvements would come back to the city at no cost. So that has been accomplished, and I also would like to thank our partners at Jeffco Schools. They really made this a very easy, smooth process. They have been incredibly transparent, open with us and with our team, so I want to thank them on the record. Particularly their facilities team has just gone above and beyond in telling us all the ins and outs. You know, when you own a home, you know, the door that creaks, and you know that squeaky door and all that stuff, and they let us in on all of the secrets and all of the little intricacies and nuances of the building, which we really appreciate, as well as leaving us with all the manuals and everything like that. So thank you to them. What we have done since we were here last, speaking with you, lots of due diligence. We are trying to make this as fact-based as we can. We have been working really hard, as I said, with our professional teams on staff to understand the building, understand the property. We'll go through some of those findings in this presentation today, but there's been a lot of work. There's been a full high-level building inspection done on all of the building's major systems, which was a huge piece of data that we needed to fill in some blanks. We also completed the phase one environmental. We've done that property boundary survey, obviously, for the transfer. We've also coordinated a lot of mundane but timely and really important things, like rekeying over 100 doors to work with our system, getting the building security system on our system, and making a plan with our partners at PRL for building and grounds maintenance, and understanding a good mowing schedule and plowing schedule when it gets to be that season in the wintertime. So lots of coordination going on, lots of information gathering, sharing, and the team has worked really hard. I also want to thank Heather Cronenberg, who couldn't be here tonight. She's very under the weather, but she, of course, is our real estate administrator and incredibly skilled at this, and has really led a lot of these efforts to get these details together. So we want to thank her as well. We also, as I said, we wanted to gather as many facts as we could to clear up any of those unknowns. I think a year and a half ago, we didn't know we would be inheriting a building. Somebody told us we'd have a school to integrate into our system and our property. That would have been an odd thing to contemplate about 18 months ago, but here we are. And as we have done along this journey with our partners at Jeffco Schools, we have, as I said, and I'll keep saying it, trying to get as much information as we can reassessing, getting further inputs, trying to craft ideas. And you'll hear me also use the term of going from that general to specific, using that funnel analogy. We've started with the world is our oyster, and we have so many different things. We could do anything. And as we get these facts, such as the budget and the building needs, so as we begin to fill in those gaps of what does it cost just to have the building sit empty? Because doing nothing is also a choice. And doing nothing costs, as we have found, for 2024, we're budgeting $170,000. And that covers security, the minor building maintenance and repair that we can expect, that's customary, usual on a building of this size and age. Monthly utilities, our fire alarm system, the phone lines, grounds maintenance, all of those things cost money, and we've gotten those estimates fairly precise to about $170,000. This year our budget was $134,500, and that included, of course, those monthly expenses, general expenses, but also our public outreach and all that site due diligence that we're currently performing, and inspections and such. We also got some really, really well done inspection of the major building systems, which are those things like your HVAC, your electrical, your roof, your structural elements of the building. So with that, the roof is absolutely at the end of its life. They really, really, I know that every school district is very strapped, so they really have done everything possible to keep this building going, and we applaud them. Our folks have really said that they've done an amazing job squeezing every bit of life out of that roof, but it really cannot continue to function right now or have people in the building. There's dozens of leaks, and so we've got an estimate on that roof cost. HVAC, so there is a swamp cooler, which is needs to be replaced or entirely replaced with an AC system. Current code requires that if you have children in there, let's say that we were going to turn this into a recreation facility where there was daycare and children's programs, and and they're there in the summer, you would have to have an AC. So we'd have to replace that AC, or actually install an AC. There is no AC currently. And the electrical panels, there are original, and there were some concerns about they're at the end of their life as well. So all of those things to say, major building repairs, just from what we can see right now, not breaking into the walls or any sort of reconfiguration, is about $5 to $7 million. I also want to point out that changing the use from a school would also require other code updates, like a full fire suppression system. There's no fire suppression system in the building right now. There's no sprinkler system. And also, we need to come up to current ADA standards, so there's a cost there as well. And as we took this data on costs, we wanted to get that information out to the public as soon as we could. So, as you know, we held an ice cream social on June 7th at Sheridan Green. We had great attendance. Over 180 people attended. It was wonderful. And as you can tell from the June 7th event and the August 24th event, we again were going from general to specific. So we were going from, let's just throw all the ideas out there. We want to hear from you. We want to solicit that input. And I will tell you that at this time, when we had the first meeting, that was before we were able to complete the building inspections. It was before we had, enough data from what the people wanted in there to come up with the cost estimates that we're going to share in just a bit in this presentation. So there were still a lot of unknowns, which is why the theme and the concept was, let's have a discussion. Let's talk about all these ideas. And we collected those and had over 200 pieces, data points of feedback from the community. The second public meeting, as I've stated, was more structured. We had a demo. We presented 4 use concepts, and those were informed from, as we were able now to have those cost estimates and have our folks who are experts in facilities walk through the building multiple times and our own contractors go there, we were able then to go back and match that up with the community engagement and feedback that we had gotten from the first meeting. And we had heard some definite yeses and some definite nos. And what we wanted to do was try to formulate, put up some straw men that we could have a further discussion and refine what we're hearing from people and to test the waters and see if an idea was embraced by the community, or would it be something that they definitely said, wow, that's not what we said, and that was good feedback to hear from the folks on August 24th to know, no, that's not really the right direction, keep moving in this direction. And as I say, we were working with these multi-dimensions of timing and expense and what people wanted and getting feedback from actual formed concepts that we could get some response from and generate a dialogue about. And then we were able to go back and continue to refine. So it was, our team, we thought of it as it's a loop, it's a wheel, it's a process. We were trying to go from general to specific and say, how do we take all of this information, and we're still gathering information, we're still learning about the building, we're still learning about what capacities we have internally to act and execute, which is also a very important dimension. Can you actually execute what you're proposing? So I just wanted to really walk through the thought process with you to let you know that we're always striving to keep it moving and to not rule out anything until we're absolutely certain. So there's lots of options still out there, but we wanted to, as staff, to try and gather this data, put it in a context that was usable for you, so you can make the best decision for the community. Going to the next slide there. Excuse me. This is a summary of those general public feedback. So I told you there were some things that we wanted to not eliminate things. This wasn't a process of elimination, but we did eliminate some things that clearly we saw from the feedback were not desired by the community. And those were things like homeless shelter, housing really of any kind was not, did not receive a favorable response. Vast majority, over 80%, said do not do this. So we took those sorts of things off the table. And we also had to look at what could be done here, because even if we are the owner of this property, and let's say we decide to keep it, we still have to follow this process as well, as would a private, if it was decided to sell this property to them. So it's currently designated as public, quasi-public, and those are some of the facilities that can go into that use. And the process, if you wanted to do something that was different than what is currently in the PDP or preliminary development plan, you would need to go through that PDP amendment process. So anything besides a school or a park would need to go through a PDP amendment process to get to one of these other uses. And if there was something that this body wanted to do that was beyond what that comp plan, public, quasi-public is, would require a comp plan amendment. So we just wanted to understand for ourselves, as well as any private partner that we may work with, what is that process? So we wanted to have those answers, and we thank our partners in planning, community development, for working through this with us, being with us hand in hand, so we could understand and express to you and to the community what can go here and what is that process. There's definitely a process around doing something that is different. Finally, again, I've talked a lot about those factors, and I call it, we've been playing a lot of three-dimensional chess. We've been working with a lot of unknowns. We've been moving around on the board in multiple dimensions, and those dimensions in my mind are always what's the neighborhood desire, what's the compatibility, what's the fiscal we need to be good stewards and thrifty and good fiduciaries of the taxpayer dollars. what's the risk of any of these? What are we walking away from if we choose one of these different concepts? What will we not be able to do in the future? What's the timing? Timing's very important, because as we said, there is still a cost of doing nothing. If we let the building sit, there still is an annual cost. And not only that, but I don't think anyone would like to have a vacant building in their neighborhood. And anyway, we know, we're sensitive to the fact that this is sitting in some people's front yards. So we need to be very sensitive to what happens with this building. And also the ability to perform. So that's on either side. That can be our ability to perform as a city. Do we currently have the resources allocated? Do we have staffing? What staffing do we need? So we were always looking and refining that. And I really think our partners in PRO have spent a lot of time looking at programming of the site, what could go there. Of course, they're in the process of their Parks Master Plan, which is informing a lot of their decisions right now as well. But it was important for us to understand not just our abilities and the private sector's abilities. So if we choose to go that way and you want to work with a private partner, then we'd also, of course, very strongly consider their ability to do what they are seeking to do. And, from all of this, and I would like to note also, we did post, because we received that private interest from Rocky Mountain Presbyterian Church, we also had posted on the city's website, Westminster Window and Deadwood Post, a notice of interest, so private parties. And we did receive 2 additional private concepts. You'll see they're noted on the slide and in your memo. Revolution ABA Learning Center, which you heard a representative speak during public comment, but they are a school that provides services to children with special needs. They're currently home-based, and it's been their goal to look for a permanent location where they can grow, as they have a wait list right now. And also Belle Swan Children's Center, which is an established private preschool located in Broomfield. They would be a temporary use, so 12 to 24 months lease, starting in 2025. So again, we're also thinking about timing here. So that's, more than a year away. They did tell us actually mid 2025. So thinking about that factor, and that it would be temporary. So the reason why they need a space is because they're demolishing their current school to expand it, but their intention is to fully return to that site, because they own that site, and return to the new building, but they need a temporary home. So that was some of the information behind that. And both of these concepts have not been publicly vetted as a concept at a public meeting, but we wanted to include this here because we these after that public meeting, and in transparency and full disclosure, we wanted you all to know that and know that there are these other concepts out there as well. And finally, this chart is very important in my mind. This is our concept comparison chart, where we tried to put as much factual information as we could, as we know it today, in the best estimates of our professionals and our consultants that we've hired. What are the estimated traffic impacts, capital costs, ongoing operating costs, and we tried to take the community's sentiment for the concepts that we did have presented at that last public meeting, and we wanted to get those into those buckets so you can have a feel for full support, a neutral feeling, definitely opposed, and there was also quite a bit of folks who didn't provide the comments. So we had an exit survey during that meeting. We also had an online survey people could take, and that's how we collected that. We've got all of the raw data is also an exhibit to this agenda item if you'd like to get into that. So these are some of those dimensions, as I said, where we're trying to come to the best conclusion for the community based on these facts. 2 of the things that we will not see on here are timing and risk. And I would say it's because those would take a lot more time, particularly for concept 2, understand more. We need to understand that that's a direction, or number 3, that we would like to go. So understanding what the risk and timing would be, also for both city and a private, would be understanding the timing based on how we can program that into our budget. So budgetary needs of each concept would have an implication for timing as well. So we have some general, very wide ranges on those, but we felt very strong and confident about the numbers that are here in this chart. Another thing that I wanted to share with you that is captured in a way on here was we heard a lot during the second meeting, and from the feedback we received, you know, folks came up to me after the meeting, and I'm sure to you as well, but there's a lot of concern about traffic expressed. So that's why we specifically added a column for traffic, and thank you to our public works team and Seth for helping us get those average daily trip numbers so we can have a comparison of what those sort of impacts in the neighborhood might be. Also, city ownership. So of course we can tell in these concepts what would be a city-owned. Obviously number 1 and 4 would be completely city-owned concepts. But why this is important is because I noticed during that meeting, and again the feedback and what folks said to me when they came up and talked to myself and my staff was, well, what happens what if the neighborhood transitions again? And we know the population was aging and there were less children in that neighborhood. But what do we do if we make a decision? This was, a lot of those common themes that we heard was, but what happens, city, if there are suddenly, the older folks are transitioning out or downsizing and young families come in with children and go to school again. So there was very strong feelings about losing the city ownership of the property. So I wanted to share that with you and make sure that was a consideration that you had as well, was this, there was a real fear that if we lost ownership of the property, and I think that contributed greatly to some of the opposition to a sale of the site, is because it closes the door on a future school. And we did fact check that, truth check that with Jeffco Schools, because we wanted to make sure that, we wanted to say, look, what would happen? Do you see in your demographics, what's happening in this neighborhood in Jeffco Schools? And they're like, well, really, Lindsay, for the next 25 years, we don't see this trend changing. We have an aging of our population, lower birth rates. We just don't see it in the cards right now. But we appreciate that the city has always been a good partner. So what I have been saying is, if there was or ever was a time in the future and something happened, demographics change, if the city owned the property, you still would have that option open to you, and you would be able to make that decision at that time, much like I think happened in the late 80s. This was all a park, and the city, there was a need for the school, and Mary, you were at the forefront of getting that school.
I lived there 45 years.
And lived there.
And it was the developer that always told you the school was going to be there. They didn't tell you, first-time homebuyers, how bonds worked and that you had to have one of those. So, knowing all that, that's the reason I fought the administration, and they finally built a school.
Yes.
Because we had 18 temps at Yoakum, and we had first and second, and they were going to move third and fourth over there, and we just all said, it's a nightmare now. No,
Yeah.
no more. Nope.
Yeah, so that was a great example of the city and school district, great partnership, and we wish to continue that strong partnership. And of course, we have some other schools, not the subject of tonight, but we are continuing to grow and strengthen that relationship with them, so we have positive outcomes for the community on those sites as well. It's very important. So in this chart here, again, we try to lay out this information. You'll see Val Swan and ABA are in a different color just because we don't have the benefit of having that community feedback. So that's data that's missing right now and frankly wasn't available, wasn't known to us at the time of the second meeting. So we are presenting that now and including that. And finally, with all that said, we didn't want to come to you without a recommendation. We, again, try to weigh all of these factors, and everything's moving in three-dimensional space. But looking at the support numbers, or maybe the lack of opposition to a park and demolition, the desire that we heard and saw in the feedback of maintaining city ownership and keeping that door open for Jeffco schools. Also, obviously, lowest traffic impacts would be a neighborhood park, and that was a huge concern in the comments. And then maintaining the neighborhood playground and gathering space, which we heard loud and clear. There was a lot of fear about losing that asset for the community. That's someplace where people are taking their children almost every day, and it's part of the fabric of that community there. So there's a lot of really strong emotion around that playground and the gathering space. And finally, from a fiscal stewardship perspective, when we looked at all of the options, this had the lowest upfront capital cost and lowest ongoing operation costs to the city. That's, not to say that there are definitely lower cost capital options, such as selling the property. And, we obviously would have no operating costs, we have no ongoing costs if we sold that property. But again, we have to balance that with the feedback that we got, the support or non-support from the community, traffic impacts, and that ownership component that was so important. So with all that said, we are here, we're happy to answer any questions. I will tell you, and I'm happy to explain more, but that is the reason why tonight, and in the memo, we have recommended option 4, as currently with all the facts we have, that one seems to be able to align with all of those factors in the best way possible for the community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to take privilege of, I never speak first, but living there and being my community, I believe they deserve this information. I don't think we should make the decision when they truly wanted a community center. We should have said to them, hey, you're only a half a mile from the big one. This is going to be duplicate. We did not say that to them. So therefore, I believe we need one more face-to-face, honest communication with them, share all of this. First question I have is, do we have $2.5 million to then demolish this as soon as possible, if that's what you're going to do? Or will it sit for a year before we get it into a budget? I don't know those answers. But I believe with all the stuff that has been gathered, we should push it out to them one more time and let them see and hear and ask their questions. I believe we owe that to that community. The one thing I do know, no matter what you do, that tennis court, I hope, is being addressed one way or another. I know we've had pictures. I could show you horrible pictures of a tennis court, and it's that one, because they just have ignored it and ignored it. And it's one of the few tennis courts that we have, and I know it's used even in the horrible condition it's in. I see people trying to play, and it scares me sometimes. But I truly believe we owe it to this community so that they understand, so that it's not, oh, they just decided, ugh. No. Here's the cost, because they've been the ones paying the taxes on that school. Nobody else in the city has. They have, the Jeffco side. And for some of them, to tell them demolish, you will hear gasps. But that's the reason I believe they have to see the facts and understand it, and understand whether you sell it or whether you make it a park, we own it. So I just think, because when you look at the church piece, and I laugh about the traffic, because it was originally, we all walked to school.
Yes.
Then crap happened and crime, and people were scared to death. So you had people living, even where I live, it's a short walk over there. Everybody drove. So the cars would line up clear to 110th and then up that street, and you'd be walking further than if you just walked from home. So anyway, so that part sort of cracks me up because it was truly walk-in school, except for the kids on the north side before Ryan came. So I would feel better giving the honest feedback of the costs, what it's going to be. And the only other thing, I had sort of heard smatterings of police or fire needing some training space. So if they don't need it, then let's share what you have as truth right here, and ask one more time, which one of these do you want to go? I just would feel better than us trying to make that decision based off of things they don't know. They didn't get this information, and I think they will better understand. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd say right off, I wasn't super happy to see the recommendation. I understand the dollars, but I, like the mayor, think that just like we're kind of surprised to see that the public didn't understand those calculations when we went to them, I don't believe. So I think this does need to go back, and they need to give us feedback with that understanding, because if we were to say we want to keep the building and put those dollars in, you know, if the community said, yeah, we want you to spend that money, and, you know, that's different than us just saying, okay, well, we had this, they said 71%, but we don't think that's feasible because we don't want to, you know, we don't want to, or don't have, or whatever, the budget. I think they should be able to weigh in on that. I also have heard about, and for a while I've heard about the space with police and fire. I know our neighboring cities have, you know, started building out training facilities. So I'm just curious, I'd like more information if we really looked at that as some sort of training facility for our first responders, because that's not an option that we talked about with the community. But I certainly want at least this recommendation to go in front of them to understand why it's the recommendation, why the dollars are there, because I'd like to hear from them, because maybe they turn around and say, you know what, we still think you should, you know, take care of that building. I do like the idea that we're preserving the ability for schools, because for Jeffco to say in 25 years, you know, we don't know. Well, I've been here long enough to know, like the mayor, when I went to school at Witt, that is now closed. We had probably 8 temps outside of Witt at that same time, and they had already built Lucas at that time. So, you know, never say never. So I do like the idea of trying to at least be forward-thinking that we just don't know the demographics in 2 or 3 decades.
I see your hand up. Councilor Namella?
Just curious with the table on the previous slide, I didn't see an accounting for potential revenue offset. So for example, if we're doing another rec center, I mean, I know it's maybe a wash between, you know, if we have more programming and we're able to, you know, price that programming appropriately. I'm just wondering how that relates out to at least the operating side of things. And another question I had was, you have the school traffic, the average daily trips for both the preschool and the learning center as being equal. I mean, I think the preschool might be like a really busy preschool. But I think that it'd be good to clarify those in the future, and also just have, I think, another row that just describes, or some information somewhere, what the actual school traffic was. I know it was a walking, you know, people walking to school kind of thing, but that might be helpful, because there were still teachers going in and out, and there's still, you know, parents driving. So
Well,
that,
because of changes of society.
Right.
Everybody
Yes.
drove.
Yeah.
And they had that circle drive for kiss and, what do they call it?
Kiss and ride, or kiss and
go.
Yeah,
Kiss and
kiss and
go.
go. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so you know, just people can think about, okay, I know it was like at its peak, so let me figure that out. And then the only other thing I would have a question with is the park expansion component. You know, when we think about a park and the residents' expectation, I think just throwing some grass down is probably not what the residents might envision for just what that site could be. You know, are there more ball courts, or, you know, is there a need that we have in the community or in the city overall? This would be a question for Tomas, but, and kind of what might that investment be to, you know, truly treat this as a park if it were to be built out as a park, and be realistic about, do we need to put in, even if we did some basic courts, I mean, that could be a couple $1 million there. But I like the overall idea of bringing it back, bringing this information back to the community so that they know. And I think one more information item for them is just, I don't know, we don't really have this money isn't in our budget currently. So helping people understand.
This was dropped in our lap.
Yeah, yeah. And, I mean, and yet most of these are a pretty significant investment to keep the building alive. Yeah, okay, so those are my comments.
Rosati?
Thank you. I agree. So first of all, great job. I think 3D chess is a right way of, you know, the analysis you guys went through was thorough, the research, the due diligence, and then the synthesis, how you pulled it all together. And I can tell you that I was at the social, the iTunes social, and I spoke to at least 99% of I spoke to every single person there. And those two ideas were the ones that popped up. And to Councilor Namella's point on park expansion, to be specific, what I heard a lot was playground expansion. A lot of folks wanted the playground to be maintained. But I think bringing it back and letting them choose, I'm not in favor of adding a new option from what we want. I think those are the two. The numbers are clear, right? So we give it to them and we say, here's the deal. Here's why we think this. Do you agree or not? I love that idea. Related to park expansion, specifically, what built in this plan, so you've heard some of our questions on the building, is demolition, is that assuming the building gets demolished?
Yes, yes.
So if there was a school 20, 30 years, a need for a school, that would be rebuilt? I agree with the no private, so to keep it for that reason, because trends do change, right? That's why they're called trends. We have an aging trend that we all know about, but if there is a reversal, I actually think both, my personal opinion based off of those two options would be park expansion, because it actually works for both, right? The aging population needs, you know, more green space, more parks, more, that's actually good for both populations, youth and old. But I would be curious to hear what the public, when they get all this information, to the mayor's point, how they synthesize, like what they come up with. Appraisal, what was the building appraised for?
We're still waiting on getting the final appraisal, but we will let you know.
Okay, and the community center, I think it doesn't have to be duplicative if there is different programming, right? There's a lot of programming we don't offer at existing centers that could be, you know, we heard a lot about makerspace and things like that. So it's not an assumption that it's going to be a duplicate of what we already have. It could be additive. So, thanks.
Just, let's go back to the residents and give them the information. They're ready to, you know, they're already shown that they want to participate in that, so we should Definitely let them dive in.
Okay. So like the mayor, I'm very familiar with Sheridan Green, my alma mater, and for our neighborhood. For this, if we maintain status quo, for projected years to come, it'd be 170,000, give or take inflation, right?
Yes.
So if we did nothing, it would be 170,000 added to the budget yearly. My first reaction was, don't demolish, just because it's an emotional tie, right? All that aside, I do agree with the mayor in that it feels like a waste of taxpayer dollars because people have been paying for that building, even though that we will have an added cost to our budget line item to maintain. People have already been paying for it for however long. And so it seems like wasted space and wasted taxpayer dollars if we don't utilize that as a building for multiple uses or for whatever use. And so that said, I understand both sides. I understand demolishing and at a cost the taxpayers we are saving in the long run if we just have a park status. And so I'm very indifferent there, and I don't feel like I agree with everybody that I don't necessarily feel like the buck stops here right now. I think we can provide a recommendation, which sounds like we're doing, but that's where I'm at. I don't feel comfortable just saying, I'm ready to move forward with staff's recommendation right now. That said, to my colleagues, it sounds like we want to bring this back to the neighborhood for review. Are we asking that we bring forward this one recommendation, or are we asking them to bring forward options? Because this is where I'm confused as far as what are we bringing forward and what are we having a community meeting on?
I would be okay with having the church be a part of it, because when you look at 22% had no response, 21% were neutral, you start adding those up, you're getting over 50%. I just think you have to wipe those clean, give those top pieces, whichever ones we decide on, and see where they lay. Because if they understood if we sold to the church or whoever we sold to, we're gonna maintain the land, they may feel okay about that. I don't know. I just think they deserve what we just heard.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just want to make it clear that, like, if we feel like we're bringing the recommendation forward, I don't want it to feel like the decision's made with one recommendation.
Right.
But I don't also feel like, because if we continue the process of options, at what point do we then make a decision?
I think staff has to decide what's truly in the budget or can be in the budget. And then if you can only pick 3 of those, you pick them to take to them. Don't add the last 2 because they haven't come in and we haven't had time to. We can't keep adding people to keep having to do the due diligence. You've got what we've got in the top 4. If you don't want to present all of those, then pick your top 3.
I think MVT wants to.
I just have to say I don't wholly agree, because these other, I don't want to, and I do feel like we're kind of rushing, because, and I know there's been substantial community input, but even to the point of this is something that's been around for decades. Didn't happen overnight as far as like what it was and what it was to the community. It happened overnight that we found out that we were getting it dropped back in our lap. But some of these things were just brought on here, and you see these percents. If I'm given an option between A and B, those are going to be the ones that get some percent of my vote. You have 2 options on here that I'm just barely hearing about, so the community didn't hear about them. And so,
you know, we don't know if there's a flavor for those kind of uses. You know, and I think about some of the other things in our community or close to it. I can't think of what the school's name is. That's right behind here, down Yates turns into 88th. There's that school that is now like a MS Center. That used to be a school, and Westminster Public Schools had to, you know, make some adjustments. And it hasn't been really a huge impact to the community. I think that it's still in service in the way that, you know, it started. So point being is I don't want to rush it, and I feel like some of these options that haven't been vetted, you know, why not at least see if there's a flavor for them? And I mean, you could beat it to death, but I just don't feel like this is that long-standing that we need to make a decision tomorrow on it.
So you want all 6 presented?
I would prefer it. I mean, obviously, I'm just one voice, but that's my reason why. I don't see why we need to rush it. You know, and I hear all the things about code and changes, but the reality is, this could be a school again this year, where kids are going in there without air conditioning, with a leaky roof, just like it's been for decades. The taxpayers of this county did vote, or of Jefferson County, we did vote to improve those buildings. And so we started paying on that, and they improved some of them, closed some of the ones they you know, that we put money into. But I don't want to be hasty with it, you know, because it's a big decision for the community in my mind.
What do you mean that it could be a school again? Sorry.
If Jefferson County made a different decision, that would have been a school that went into session this year.
Oh, but they didn't.
You're talking from a physical plant standpoint.
From a physical, like we've heard of the concerns with the building physically, and I understand them, and they are real challenges that Jefferson County was trying to go after. They've had to make some difficult decisions as a you know, school, but you know, had they not made those decisions, that would probably still be a school and for who knows how long. So
Well, and they have a large bond budget to use for those kinds of things like roofs and whatnot, because they're not building schools, so it has to be certain things that they can use it for, and they could have used that extensive money for fixing some of this stuff.
yeah, but to that point, I don't want us to make a quick decision based on, you know, the handful of recommendations that we've went over for the last 6 months with something that, you know, I feel the community needs some more time to deal with, figure out what it wants it to be, and make sure that, you know, we have looked at a good amount of options. That, you know, we can't option it to death, but I think that there's some things on here that are reasonable for us to at least let them hear and see what their appetite for it is.
But I would say, if we don't really mean number 3, we shouldn't put 3 up there, that we try to do something with the church, either let the church buy it, or if, I'm just saying, if you need to know if you're serious about hybrid. If you're not, take it off the list.
And I 100% agree with that. Like, we've learned some lessons as a city. I mean, the thing that comes to mind anytime we do these is what we did with voting. And like, I think we'll hear about that as a city for a long time, because you had people who put a lot of work and effort into it, and then it was kind of like, that was really not ever an option. You know, I want to know that there are real options, or you could bring it back and say, this isn't really an option, and here's why it's not really an option. And I think that's your original point. If you don't feel that this was ever really an option for us to maintain it as a facility, we should have been forthright with that and not let 71% of people get excited about it.
Counselor Baker?
We're making a choice not only how this impacts the neighborhood, but for the city as well. And I don't think that needs to be lost. We should not lose that. We're making the best choice for the city, which is more than just the neighborhood. I'm very much in favor of what the staff recommends, but Mayor Pro Tem makes a good point. We don't have all the data there. We should say how much the building is worth. I mean, we can't make a decision without knowing at least what the building's worth. So I'm fine with taking it back to the community, but we need to have more information and only present options, we'd really be in favor of.
Councilor Minelli?
I do think it's helpful for us to show all of, well, I mean, maybe not the, that hybrid one, but, I mean, we were trying to be as open, as possible with respect to hearing from the community all the things that they wanted us to look at, and I think, even though the community center is costly, I think it's helpful to have that information for the community so they know, dang, that's a lot of investment and operating, so that they know what it, I mean, and if they really, and if we did make that choice, that they would know how much of an impact that is on our overall operations, and, I mean, that's just, and maybe that has a timing impact too, because there's no way we're gonna be pulling out that much money. Anyway,
Councilor Baker?
Yeah, I need to add one other thing. Back in August last year, PRNL Parks, Recreation Libraries presented us with 4 parks that we have and own. But they said, we'd like to put these on the very end of the to-do list, because in many ways they're redundant with what we already have. And that same thinking could apply to this too.
Can I just summarize here real quick, and then I got a question? So I'm hearing go back to the community and get their feedback with this and expanded data, okay? And so appreciate the additional ideas. Looking at that community center, I'm hearing people, yep, community center, Rocky Mountain Presbyterian Church. Hybrid, I'm not hearing a lot of excitement about the hybrid option. And so, we came up with that, as an option. Obviously, folks weren't overly excited about it. Do we need to continue to gather more information on that, or can we throw that one out?
I heard tonight what the pastor said was sort of what's in there anyway, so that's their choice to do that or not do that. We won't have control over it, but if they can do it, why don't you let them?
For hybrid 3?
What would be a hybrid if they are looking at daycare and the other things that he
Okay.
mentioned tonight?
Sure.
Those are the kinds of things we were thinking about.
Yeah.
I'm okay with taking it out.
The hybrid, yeah. So, we can certainly look at that. I thought he was explaining that under option 2, but I was hearing no one seems to be too interested in the hybrid option. Park expansion, got that. I also got to ask about number 5. Number 5 is a temporary lease beginning in 2025, midway through the year. To me, that sounds like, we're sitting on this thing for 18-plus months, spending $170,000, to maintain that thing, and it becomes an attractive nuisance, for 18 months. And then they occupy it for 2 years, and then they leave. And so my question is that really a viable consideration for the
We'd
council?
still have to make some safety improvements.
Correct.
Just for that short period of
Right.
time, and,
That was my question too.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't, so, and those are 2 new private interests that just popped up. What if another one pops up next week? Do we then bring that to, so it's like, those first 4 were community driven. The last 2 were random input from private, which is great. We need childcare. We have a childcare crisis and everything, but should we set some parameters as to when and how we do this? We can't just throw everything at them again and say, hey, pick from this new bucket.
I was really getting to options 1, 2, 4, and 5, but 5 has to be fleshed out better for the community, a school, or not 5, 6, excuse me, the ABA Learning Center. And we have to get some better information there. But I was proposing to go from 6 options currently to 4, what I think are more realistic options for the community. And we can drill into those in greater detail, as you've said. Is that fair?
Yes, and with the AB learning, who's gonna pay for the roof? Who's gonna do
Oh,
all
yeah.
of that kind of stuff?
Sure.
So And if they don't have the money for that,
Right.
then
And they might just
we-
fall off.
we need
And she
to,
said 5-year lease is what she mentioned, so we're still,
Is that reasonable?
are you okay with that, Mayor Protem?
I am, but I mean, to your point, like, if they come back and say, yeah, we'll do the roof, if they do some of the upgrades to the building and then they lease it for 5 years and give it back, we have a better building. So, I mean, that's not necessarily a horrible thing to have happen. So I would like to understand more detail.
And we
about
haven't,
what-
we haven't drilled down into their conversation much, but I think we can certainly do that before a public engagement opportunity.
And I would suggest we do it before holidays, crazy season.
Oh, absolutely.
Have the
sure.
public, or the,
Absolutely.
make sure
Okay.
make sure the school district isn't having, what do they call, when teacher conferences, and sometimes they take a fall break, and just make it when people are
When
really here.
available. Understand. Okay, I got what I need. ED team, you guys got what you need? Yes? Okay. I think we're okay
Okay.
now.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we have reason for executive session.
Feeling the jet lag.